Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan program studi S1, yaitu Administrasi Publik. Dari kota terbesar kedua di Indonesia, Surabaya, kota yang penuh dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Kampus Bela Negara Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur. Bertempat di sisi timur kota Surabaya, tepatnya di Jalan Raya Rungkut Madia Gunung Anyar, yang berjarak sekitar 12 km dari pusat kota, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur didirikan dengan semangat kemerdekaan para pejuang veteran untuk mengembangkan dunia pendidikan pada 5 Juli 1959 dengan nama Akademi Administrasi Perusahaan Veteran Cabang Surabaya. Dalam perkembangannya, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur mengalami beberapa perubahan status, mulai dari perguruan tinggi kedinasan di bawah pembinaan Departemen Pertahanan Keamanan Republik Indonesia pada tahun 1976 sampai 1994, menjadi perguruan tinggi swasta pada tahun 1994 sampai 2014 di bawah pembinaan Kementerian Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, dan pada 6 Oktober 2014, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur ditetapkan menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 122 Tahun 2014 oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia saat itu, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri membuat UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah dan mendapat capaian prestasi yang membanggakan. Di antaranya, akreditasi institusi A pada tahun 2016, status pengelolaan keuangan Badan Layanan Umum atau BLU pada tahun 2018, mendapat peringkat 40 PTN terbaik se-Indonesia oleh Kemenristekdikti, serta memiliki ranking 12 status penelitian mandiri dan status unggul dengan ranking 9 dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat. UPN Veteran Jawa Timur berkomitmen dalam menghadirkan pendidikan terbaik untuk turut serta dalam pengembangan sumber daya manusia di bidang pendidikan tinggi. Secara umum, pendidikan bela negara di UPN Veteran Jawa Timur berkesinambungan dari awal mahasiswa masuk hingga menjadi sarjana. Dimulai dengan pengenalan kehidupan kampus bagi mahasiswa baru atau PKKMB, mata kuliah umum pembentukan karakter seperti Pancasila, Bahasa Indonesia, pendidikan kewarganegaraan, pendidikan outbound bela negara, dan kuliah kerja nyata bela negara. Kemudian, terdapat kegiatan pendukung mahasiswa melalui unit kegiatan seperti resimen mahasiswa, pramuka, mahasiswa pecinta alam, kegiatan seni dan budaya, serta olahraga. Terus tumbuh dan berkembang, saat ini UPN Veteran Jawa Timur memiliki 7 fakultas dengan 22 program studi S1, 5 program studi pasca sarjana S2, dan 1 program studi doktor S3. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis dengan program studi S1, yaitu Ekonomi Pembangunan, Manajemen, dan Akuntansi. Program studi S2, yaitu Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi. Fakultas Pertanian dengan program studi S1, yaitu Agribisnis dan Agroteknologi. Program studi S2, yaitu Magister Agribisnis dan Magister Agroteknologi. Dan program studi S3, yaitu Doktor Agribisnis. Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi S1, yaitu Teknik Kimia, Teknik Industri, Teknologi Pangan, Teknik Lingkungan, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan program studi S2, yaitu Magister Ilmu Lingkungan. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan program studi S1, yaitu Administrasi Publik, Administrasi Bisnis, Ilmu Komunikasi, Hubungan Internasional, dan Pariwisata. Fakultas Arsitektur dan Desain dengan program studi S1, yaitu Arsitektur dan Desain Komunikasi Visual. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi S1, Ilmu Hukum. Dan Fakultas Ilmu Komputer dengan program studi S1, yaitu Informatika, Sistem Informasi, dan Sains Data. Dengan perkembangan era digital 4.0, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus mengembangkan tridharma pendidikan melalui program Kampus Merdeka, di mana mahasiswa bisa berkuliah secara daring antar fakultas dan program studi lewat program Permadi dan Permata, kampus pengajar, dan pertukaran mahasiswa nasional dan internasional.
Jalan dengan rencana strategis tahap kedua UPN Veteran Jawa Timur sebagai PTN BLU semakin meneguhkan kembali semangat Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka yang mempunyai daya saing tinggi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Salam bela negara.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara. Dari kota terbesar kedua
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kakak.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kakak.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara. Dari kota terbesar kedua di Indonesia, Surabaya, kota yang penuh dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan kepahlawanan. Selamat datang di Kampus Bela Negara Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur. Bertempat di sisi timur kota Surabaya, tepatnya di Jalan Raya Rungkut Madia Gunung Anyar, yang berjarak sekitar 12 km dari pusat kota, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur didirikan dengan semangat kemerdekaan para pejuang veteran untuk mengembangkan dunia pendidikan pada 5 Juli 1959 dengan nama Akademi Administrasi Perusahaan Veteran Cabang Surabaya. Dalam perkembangannya, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur mengalami beberapa perubahan status, mulai dari perguruan tinggi kedinasan di bawah pembinaan Departemen Pertahanan Keamanan Republik Indonesia pada tahun 1976 sampai 1994, menjadi perguruan tinggi swasta pada tahun 1994 sampai 2014 di bawah pembinaan Kementerian Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, dan pada 6 Oktober 2014, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur ditetapkan menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 122 Tahun 2014 oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia saat itu, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri membuat UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah dan mendapat capaian prestasi yang membanggakan. Di antaranya, akreditasi institusi A pada tahun 2016, status pengelolaan keuangan Badan Layanan Umum atau BLU pada tahun 2018, mendapat peringkat 40 PTN terbaik se-Indonesia oleh Kemenristekdikti, serta memiliki ranking 12 status penelitian mandiri dan status unggul dengan ranking 9 dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat. UPN Veteran Jawa Timur berkomitmen dalam menghadirkan pendidikan terbaik untuk turut serta dalam pengembangan sumber daya manusia di bidang pendidikan tinggi. Secara umum, pendidikan bela negara di UPN Veteran Jawa Timur berkesinambungan dari awal mahasiswa masuk hingga menjadi sarjana. Dimulai dengan pengenalan kehidupan kampus bagi mahasiswa baru atau PKKMB, mata kuliah umum pembentukan karakter seperti Pancasila, Bahasa Indonesia, pendidikan kewarganegaraan, pendidikan outbound bela negara, dan kuliah kerja nyata bela negara. Kemudian, terdapat kegiatan pendukung mahasiswa melalui unit kegiatan seperti resimen mahasiswa, pramuka, mahasiswa pecinta alam, kegiatan seni dan budaya, serta olahraga. Terus tumbuh dan berkembang, saat ini UPN Veteran Jawa Timur memiliki 7 fakultas dengan 22 program studi S1, 5 program studi pasca sarjana S2, dan 1 program studi doktor S3. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis dengan program studi S1, yaitu Ekonomi Pembangunan, Manajemen, dan Akuntansi. Program studi S2, yaitu Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi. Fakultas Pertanian dengan program studi S1, yaitu Agribisnis dan Agroteknologi. Program studi S2, yaitu Magister Agribisnis dan Magister Agroteknologi. Dan program studi S3, yaitu Doktor Agribisnis. Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi S1, yaitu Teknik Kimia, Teknik Industri, Teknologi Pangan, Teknik Lingkungan, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan program studi S2, yaitu Magister Ilmu Lingkungan, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, dengan program studi S1, yaitu Administrasi Publik, Administrasi Bisnis, Ilmu Komunikasi, Hubungan Internasional, dan Pariwisata. Fakultas Arsitektur dan Desain, dengan program studi S1, yaitu Arsitektur dan Desain Komunikasi Visual. Fakultas Hukum, dengan program studi S1, Ilmu Hukum, dan Fakultas Ilmu Komputer dengan program studi S1, yaitu Informatika, Sistem Informasi, dan Sains Data. Dengan perkembangan era digital 4.0, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus mengembangkan tridharma pendidikan melalui program Kampus Merdeka, di mana mahasiswa bisa berkuliah secara daring antar fakultas dan program studi lewat program Permadi dan Permata, kampus pengajar, dan pertukaran mahasiswa nasional dan internasional.
Jalan dengan rencana strategis tahap kedua UPN Veteran Jawa Timur sebagai PTN BLU semakin meneguhkan kembali semangat Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka yang mempunyai daya saing tinggi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Salam bela negara.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara. Dari kota terbesar kedua di Indonesia, Surabaya, kota yang penuh dengan catatan sejarah perjuangan dan kepahlawanan, selamat datang di Kampus Bela Negara Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur. Bertempat di sisi timur kota Surabaya, tepatnya di Jalan Raya Rungkut Madia Gunung Anyar, yang berjarak sekitar 12 km dari pusat kota, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur didirikan dengan semangat kemerdekaan para pejuang veteran untuk mengembangkan dunia pendidikan pada 5 Juli 1959 dengan nama Akademi Administrasi Perusahaan Veteran Cabang Surabaya. Dalam perkembangannya, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur mengalami beberapa perubahan status, mulai dari perguruan tinggi kedinasan di bawah pembinaan Departemen Pertahanan Keamanan Republik Indonesia pada tahun 1976 sampai 1994, menjadi perguruan tinggi swasta pada tahun 1994 sampai 2014 di bawah pembinaan Kementerian Pertahanan Republik Indonesia, dan pada 6 Oktober 2014, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur ditetapkan menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri melalui Peraturan Presiden Nomor 122 Tahun 2014 oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia saat itu, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri membuat UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah dan mendapat capaian prestasi yang membanggakan. Di antaranya, akreditasi institusi A pada tahun 2016, status pengelolaan keuangan Badan Layanan Umum atau BLU pada tahun 2018, mendapat peringkat 40 PTN terbaik se-Indonesia oleh Kemenristek-Dikti, serta memiliki ranking 12 status penelitian mandiri dan status unggul dengan ranking 9 dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat. UPN Veteran Jawa Timur berkomitmen dalam menghadirkan pendidikan terbaik untuk turut serta dalam pengembangan sumber daya manusia di bidang pendidikan tinggi. Secara umum, pendidikan bela negara di UPN Veteran Jawa Timur berkesinambungan dari awal mahasiswa masuk hingga menjadi sarjana. Dimulai dengan pengenalan kehidupan kampus bagi mahasiswa baru atau PKKMB, mata kuliah umum pembentukan karakter seperti Pancasila, Bahasa Indonesia, pendidikan kewarganegaraan, pendidikan outbound bela negara, dan kuliah kerja nyata bela negara. Kemudian, terdapat kegiatan pendukung mahasiswa melalui unit kegiatan seperti resimen mahasiswa, pramuka, mahasiswa pecinta alam, kegiatan seni dan budaya, serta olahraga. Terus tumbuh dan berkembang, saat ini UPN Veteran Jawa Timur memiliki 7 fakultas dengan 22 program studi S1, 5 program studi pasca sarjana S2, dan 1 program studi doktor S3. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis dengan program studi S1, yaitu Ekonomi Pembangunan, Manajemen, dan Akuntansi. Program studi S2, yaitu Magister Manajemen dan Akuntansi. Fakultas Pertanian dengan program studi S1, yaitu Agribisnis dan Agroteknologi. Program studi S2, yaitu Magister Agribisnis dan Magister Agroteknologi. Dan program studi S3, yaitu Doktor Agribisnis. Fakultas Teknik dengan program studi S1, yaitu Teknik Kimia, Teknik Industri, Teknologi Pangan, Teknik Lingkungan, Teknik Sipil, Teknik Mesin, dan program studi S2, yaitu Magister Ilmu Lingkungan. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik dengan program studi S1, yaitu Administrasi Publik, Administrasi Bisnis, Ilmu Komunikasi, Hubungan Internasional, dan Pariwisata. Fakultas Arsitektur dan Desain dengan program studi S1, yaitu Arsitektur dan Desain Komunikasi Visual. Fakultas Hukum dengan program studi S1, Ilmu Hukum. Dan Fakultas Ilmu Komputer dengan program studi S1, yaitu Informatika, Sistem Informasi, dan Sains Data. Dengan perkembangan era digital 4.0, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus mengembangkan tridharma pendidikan melalui program Kampus Merdeka. di mana mahasiswa bisa berkuliah secara daring antar fakultas dan program studi lewat program Permadi dan Permata, kampus pengajar, dan pertukaran mahasiswa nasional dan internasional.
Jalan dengan rencana strategis tahap kedua UPN Veteran Jawa Timur sebagai PTN BLU semakin meneguhkan kembali semangat Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka yang mempunyai daya saing tinggi di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Salam bela negara.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara. Dari kota terbesar kedua di Indonesia, Surabaya, kota yang penuh dengan catatan.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran. Dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran. Dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Saya, Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran. Dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The Honorable Profesor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Fauzi as Director of UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, presented by Dr. Insinyur Sukenda as the first Vice Rector of UPN Veteran Jawa Timur.
And those we honored, Dean of Agriculture Fakulty UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Dr. Insinyur Nora Agustin.
And the first Vice Dean of Agriculture Faculty UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Dr. Insinyur Tri Mujoko.
And the second Vice Dean of Agriculture Fakulty UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Dr. Insinyur Mubarokah.
And the third Vice Dean of Agriculture Faculty UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Arifin, and all participants and also the academic community of Agriculture Faculty UPN Veteran Jawa Timur.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to International Conference on Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attain and participate in this event without any obstacle.
Praise and prayer upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the best figure of this universe. Ladies and gentlemen, here I'm Ahmad Zamil
And I'm Anita Aryani.
as the master of ceremony of today's conference.
Before we continue this conference, I would like to inform the agenda. Our first agenda is opening ceremony, followed by PIC report and opening remark. And the next agenda is lecturing by our keynote speakers.
In today's conference, will be divided into two sessions, followed by parallel session and closing session. And before we continue to the first agenda, I would like to entertain you with a beautiful dance originally from Surabaya, performed by UKM, Tari, Adi Krida Giri. But before, I would like to inform you what is Sparkling Surabaya. As the second largest city in Indonesia, Surabaya offers a different metropolitan atmosphere compared with another big city in Indonesia. Surabaya has become a pleasant and comfy city for a lot of tourists, either local and international, with so many city parks that spread out around the city.
Surabaya was announced as a city of 2005. Surabaya has developed as tourism-based city with a lot of business potential. And from this potential, the first conference on Surabaya Tourism Promotion Board, Sparkling Surabaya, has announced as a slogan of Surabaya.
Sparkling Surabaya has become the pride of Surabaya's tourism and will always be the blazing spirit of this blazing city. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present you Sparkling Surabaya.
Surabaya kota metropolitan kelap-kelip, lampu nang dalanan. Ayo konco ngundang wisatawan mlaku-mlaku nang tunjungan. Rame-rame bebarengan.
Semanggi Surabaya lontong pelem Wonokrama dimakan enak sekali sayur semanggi kerupuk bulibo beli.
Great performance from UKM Tari, yes? Before we continue, I would like to welcome the first Dean of Agriculture Faculty, along the first Vice Dean of Agriculture Faculty, and also the Chairman of the committee, along with the moderator of our conference today. Please, we welcome you to the stage. Thank you. Shall we continue to the next agenda?
Okay.
Our next agenda is singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by Mars Bela Negara. So, ladies and gentlemen, we request you to stand in honor of our national anthem.
And for our participants of the conference on a Zoom meeting, please take the position of attention.
Three participants, you may back onto your seat. So before we close the opening ceremony for today's conference, let us pray for our grace and mercy. Today's prayer will be led by Dr. Fazul Rahman. For Dr. Fazul Rahman, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actor, Dean and Faculty of Agriculture, ladies and gentlemen, let us bow head and heart and raise our hand to sincerely pray to Allah, the Almighty. May He make this meeting as a medium for producing useful scientific thoughts that bring blessings to us, to our institution, and to our beloved country, Indonesia. I will lead this prayer based on Islamic teaching. For those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وسلم ورضي الله عن كل صحابة رسول الله أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيدا يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم ربنا إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار اللهم ربنا إنا نسألك فهم النبيين وحفظ الملائكة المقربين اللهم اجعل لساننا عامرا بذكرك وقلبنا بخشيتك وسرنا بطاعتك. Dear Allah the Almighty, thank you for your infinite mercies and blessings on us. Thank you for allowing us today, the Academia of the Faculty of Agriculture, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, and the scholars from Indonesia and from all over the world to meet and share our knowledge and thoughts here in the International Seminar on Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Dear Allah, may you extend your divine blessings and wisdoms to this international conference and make it as a blissful and useful scientific meeting, as a medium for sharing bright ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students. May this conference benefit our life, broaden our knowledge, and strengthen the dignity of our beloved country, Indonesia. Dear Allah, Almighty and ever-loving God, in your great name and infinite power, we beg you to protect us from all dangers and difficulties of life. Save us from coronavirus. Please heal us, heal our life, heal our country and world. Make our country a land that you love and shower your blessings on. Allahumma rabbana atasamna bik وتحصنا بك وتوكلنا عليك اللهم اصرف عنا هذا البلاء والوباء اللهم ربنا انفعنا بما علمتنا وعلمنا علوما تنفعنا في الدين والدنيا والآخرة اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you for Dr. Fazul Rahman for the grace and prayer. May God bless us all. The next agenda is PIC report by Dr. Insinyur Rosida Priyadarsini. For Dr. Insinyur Rosida Priyadarsini, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm extending a warm and cordial welcome to all distinguished guests and all of the participants at the International Conference on Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. Special thanks to our keynote speaker and invited speakers, Dr. Arifin Rudianto, Deputy for Maritime Affairs and Natural Resources, Bappenas, Indonesia, which is represented by Anang Nugroho Setio Mulyono, MEM, and then Professor Damayanti Bukhari from IPB University, Professor Miguel Altieri from University of California, Berkeley, Professor Meine van Norwijk from Wageningen University, Professor Didi Indradewa from Gajah Mada University, and then Dr. Nur Azura Adam from University Putra, Malaysia. Thank you for all speakers for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is held by the Agriculture Faculty of University of Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur. The conference theme today was Driving Agriculture Across the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and divided into 4 themes covering all aspects of SDGs: economics, social, and environmental. Actually, this conference is dedicated to contributing, encouraging, and building the SDGs network. This conference also will overview how sustainable agriculture can make a significant contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. In particular, the SDGs 1, no hunger, and SDGs 1, no poverty, and the SDGs 2, no hunger. The speakers today will be enrich the conference with their presentation covering all the key topics within the conference theme, including the importance of the networking and SDGs. Today in this conference, there are 6 speakers from 4 different countries, and then 100 participants who has delivered their papers, and all of the reviewed papers will be published in IOP Proceedings Scopus Index. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I thank all the teams and volunteers who has already supporting the success of the conference. But on behalf of the committee, please accept our apologies for this inconvenience that occurred before, during, or after this event. I wish you all have a very productive and exciting, encouraging discussion, and then we can exchange our knowledge so that together we can plan and develop the action research and technology in achieving the SDGs. For all the participants, may God bless you all and enjoy this conference. Thank you for all the participants. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Insinyur Rosida for the PIC report. So,
our next agenda is opening remark by Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Fauzi, presented by Dr. Insinyur Sukenda. For Dr. Insinyur Sukenda, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. So in this beautiful day, please allow me to welcome all participants of this conference by praying to the God for all His blessing that meet us in a good health, so we can gather and discuss in this conference through mixed blended online, offline also in this GKV building. But I apologize that I can attend offline in this building because there are another agenda. So on behalf of our rector, we really thank you, all of you, for being here with us. So also dear the invited guests, distinguished guests, and all the participants, on behalf of University Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to International Conference on Agriculture and Environmental Science with the topic on driving agriculture across the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. I honorable welcome our keynote and invited speaker, Dr. Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc from Bappenas, who is representative by Insinyur Anang Nugroho Setio Mulyono, MEM. Thank you, Pak Mulyono, being with us. And also Professor Damayanti Pukori from IPB University, Professor Miguel Alteri from University of California, Berkeley, Prof. Menwan Norwich from Wageningen University, also Professor Didi Indradewa from Gajah Mada University, and Dr. Nur Azura Adam from University Putra Malaysia. And also thank you for Dean of Agriculture Faculty, also all the committee that this conference can running well. And today we know that the world is facing many challenges. We must address the sustainable agenda to deliver improvement and efficiency on our natural resources. Now, the world's vision is shifted to build the sustainable development goal that integrated the three dimensions of sustainable development that are economic, social, and environmental. 17 SDGs have been adopted by United Nations of 2030 agenda to guide the action of the International Committee over the next 15 years. The 2030 agenda offers a vision for food and agriculture as key to sustainable development, that the framework of SDGs and FAO strategy was pointed out to take the causes of hunger and poverty. So the international collaboration is needed to develop the creativity, technology, knowledge, and other resources to achieve the SDGs goal. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture is one of our lives sector that become an important role in the achieving the SDGs by increasing food security, poverty alleviation, and reducing children mortality through better nutrition. We hope that we exchange discuss any ideas and technology to drive agriculture across and achieve the SDGs goal. So, in accordance with the vision and mission of UPN Veteran Jawa Timur become a world-class university, the international conference is one of our university activities to make the vision and the mission come true. We hope that this conference would be able to provide an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and also a stakeholder in advancing networking and getting more collaboration in research. And also we hope not just in this conference, but we can extend to next agenda what we would do with this topic in this conference for our next research or also our next activity. So to all our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here. Finally, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this conference with topic driving agriculture across the sustainable development goal held by the agriculture faculty. Thank you very much. May God bless us.
Remarks from Dr. Insinyur Sukenda.
Our next agenda is lecturing by our keynote speaker, led by our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Heri Nirwanto. For our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Heri Nirwanto, time is yours.
Thank you, MC, for the opening session. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the nice atmosphere in this morning. Thank you for being part of this conference. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Heri Nirwanto from Agriculture Faculty UPN Veteran Surabaya. I'll be responsible for hosting this presentation today. And I'm glad to welcome Mr. Anang Rostio Mulyono, MBA, will present his papers. Good morning, Mr. Anang Nugroho.
Very good morning, moderator. Very good morning to all of you, academic community.
Mr. Anang Nugroho is Director for Food and Agriculture, Minister of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. He has over 30 years of experience in public service. Since February 2018, he has served as Director for Food and Agriculture, Ministry of National Development Planning. Previously, he was Director for Ocean and Fisheries Development, Ministry of National Development Planning, 2017 until 2018. Director for Marine and Fisheries Product Development, 2016. Director for Investment and Private Sector Development at the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, 2015 to 2017. Director of Center for International and Interagency Cooperation at the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, 2009 until 2015. Director of Fishing Industry Development, 2008 until 2009. Director of International Marketing, 2005 until 2008. And Director for International Institution, 2001 until 2005. Before joining the ministry, he worked for several agencies in National Development Planning Agencies, Bappenas, Cabinet Secretariat, State Secretariat, and Investment Coordinated Board. In 2013 until 2014, he has served as Deputy Lead Shepherd for Ocean and Fisheries Working Group in ICAES, facilitating the establishing of mainstreaming ocean-related issues coordinating in ICAES, and coordinator for Asian fisheries for public-private partnership in 2014 until 2014. In 2014 until 2016, he has also served as chairman of Financial Resources Working Group and coordinating mechanism working group for Coral Triangle Initiative. Since 2018, he has served as national chair for SDGs and hunger. Anang Nugroho holds Master of Engineering Management in Energy Management and Environmental Program from George Washington University and Resources Economic Program from Georgetown University, Washington, D.C., USA, and Bachelor of Agriculture from Bogor Agriculture University, Indonesia. And now we are listening to his speech. I would like to invite to please you, Mr. Anang.
Thank you very much, moderator. Okay. Terima kasih, Pak. Thank you very much, moderator. I'm here blessed to be invited by the community, the academic community from PN, and I'm bringing here on behalf of Bapak Deputy, Bapak Arifin Rudianto, that he is bringing his regret could not join with these important events. However, he is wishing to have this event quite very success. And I would like to read and bringing his message. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us praise and thank to the Almighty God for providing us health and opportunity to be able to attend on international conference on agriculture and environmental science, driving agriculture across the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. We really appreciate from Bappenas to the agriculture faculty at University of Pembangunan Nasional Veteran UPN to facilitate us and many stakeholders in discussing this important topic. Indonesia is committed to the 2030 Agenda Sustainable Development Goals through the enactment of Presidential Regulation number 59 on the year 2017 on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Under this mandate of this regulation, Indonesia has been mainstreaming all the targets and indicators of these Sustainable Development Goals to our 2017-2019 government plan and 2020-2024 medium-term national development plan, or we call it as used to be RPGMN. We are also trying to strive to localizing sustainable development in subnational level and the development of the Sustainable Development Goals roadmap towards 2030. The government also has 5 prioritized programs, especially in food and agriculture development for the next 5 years development planning. They are the quality and safety of our food consumption, also improving and to increase our food availability, to improve and to increase the productivity and the sustainability of our agriculture, farmers, and human resources. We are also improving the productivity and to make sustain of our agriculture natural resources, and the most important one, to improve and to increase our governance for our food systems. Amid the shocks of COVID-19 pandemic since March 2020, Indonesia remains committed to maintaining the path to the achievement of our SDGs goal by 2030. Regarding to achieve SDGs targets and indicators, agriculture has an essential role to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, and to promote sustainable agriculture as stated in goal number 2, zero hunger. Although food security has improved in the latest year, the pandemic poses further challenges. First, barriers to the distribution of our agriculture production inputs, decreasing of our purchasing power of our farmers to meet their needs to provide agriculture production inputs. We are also been experiencing of decrease our purchasing power of people as food consumers, and ultimately reduce the quality of food consumption and nutrition intake, especially among the poor and near poor population. Besides, agriculture is also important to achieve goal 12.3, which targets to halve food losses and waste by 2030. Based on the result of our study on food losses and waste in Indonesia, unfortunately, the generation of food losses and waste in Indonesia reached 115 until 184 kg per capita per year from 2000 to 2019. This then had a multi-dimensional impact. From an environmental aspect, these emissions result in total greenhouse gas emissions reaching 1,702.9 megatons of our CO2 equivalent. From an economic aspect, the loss of economic value reaches close to 213 until 550 trillion per year, or equivalent to 4% or 5% of our Indonesia GDP. And from a social aspect, the energy content loss due to food losses and waste is equivalent to a portion of food for almost 60 million until 125 million people per year. Therefore, to accelerate the achievement of this SDG target, we need to focus to transform, improve, and make resilience of our systems, which is emphasized in 4 points. First, Strengthening our agriculture machinery sector is really crucial for food system transformation. Indonesia is committed to create more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food system, which is guided by 4 main principles. We need to be more collaborative, being transformative, more resilient, and more sustainable. In addition, since we are an archipelagic state, therefore we need to consider our food systems transformation by using and improving our regional paradigm or regional approach. Second, we are also should allocate more support and resources for our small-scale farmers dispersed throughout the country, women and youth farmers. As guardian of traditional and local food systems, small-scale farmers plays key role within the food system, promoting living income while functioning food supply and trade chain is essential to improve the welfare and food security for our small-scale farmers. Women and youth are the forefront of our food security, and youth farmers are also the key for our agriculture technology adoption. Third, we are also need to make sure food accessibility for all the houses, the household level. Family farming, urban farming are among the means that we need to encourage. Fourth, we need more inclusive and stronger multi-stakeholder partnership. We need to establish more intensive dialogues like this event and to develop is mutually beneficial collaboration among food actors across the full food systems. Indeed, to implement all programs and policies requires collaboration, again, collaboration and cooperation among all actors and stakeholders. Therefore, on this occasion, we are extending our fully support and to invite the entire community, including academia, private sector, government, related organizations, to collaborate actively and more together to encourage the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 and to build a more nutritious, equitable, sustainable, and resilient food system in Indonesia. Thank you very much indeed. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And this message coming from the Deputy for the Minister of National Development Planning for the Maritime Affairs and Natural Resources, Dr. Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc. Thank you very much. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you for your brief explanation, Mr. Anton. As we have already listened to this presentation, I'd like to make a resume of this presentation. Well, his presentation is mentioned that the Indonesia is committed to the 2030 Agenda Sustainable Development Goals through the enactment of Presidential Regulation number 59 year 2017 on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal. And to accelerate the achievement of SDGs target, we need to focus on global food system transformation, which emphasis in 4 points. First, strengthening agriculture sector is crucial for food system transformation. And second, we should allocate more support and resources for small scale farmers, women, and youth farmers. And third, we also need to make sure for food accessibility for household level, family farming, urban farming are among the means that we need encourage. To implement of all the program and policies requires collaboration and cooperation among all stakeholders. I think that's all I can resume. And I'd like to thank very much to Mr. Anang Nugroho. Thank you very much being part of this conference. And we are glad that you support this conference. Thank you very much, Mr. Anang Nugroho. Thank you very much. And I think I back to the MC.
Thank you for Engineer Anang. I would like to say thank you to our moderator for today, and please bear with us for we are gonna certificate awarding followed by photo session. For every participant, please bear with us, and please for the moderator to stay in the room for certificate awarding followed by photo session.
Ya, tadi anunya satunya. Ya, yang planner ya. Tadi.
Our next agenda is the first session of this conference with plenary speakers led by our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Heri Nirwanto. For our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Heri Nirwanto, time is yours.
Thank you, MC. For the opening session, let me as the moderator for the main session, I'd like to introduce our panelists this morning. First, we welcome Professor Michael Altieri. He's Professor of Ecology at University of California. And the second, we welcome Prof. Damayanti Bukhari. She's teaching at IBB University and active in SDGs network. Good morning, Professor. Damayanti Bukhari.
Hello, good morning.
Are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, thank you. And the third, we
Good
like to
morning.
welcome
Yes.
Professor Min van Norwich.
Yeah, yes, good morning too.
Good morning. From beginning, right. And before we continue to the session, I'd like to remind you to mute your microphone during the talk. So you have questions for the panelists during the talk, please write it down on the chat box. Thank you. Now let us start with the first panelist, Professor Michael Altieri. Would you please, time is yours.
Yes, how are you? Good morning. Good evening. I'm here is Tuesday night in California. Thank you very much for your invitation, the UPN. I'd like to share my screen. Do you see it?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so the planet is confronting several crises. We can talk about a polycrisis in which we have an economic, energy, food, ecological, and public health crisis. And also, it is well known that we are already overshooting some of the processes in the planet, that we're reaching some tipping points in climate change, in biogeochemical cycles and in biodiversity loss, and that these processes are ongoing and we'll have to adapt to them because they are not something that we can retrieve back. This series of problems, energy shortages, water scarcity, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, climate change, food insecurity, etc., cannot be addressed in isolation, as these problems are systemic in nature. They are interconnected and interdependent. When one of the problems is aggravated, the effects spread throughout the system, exacerbating other problems. So for example, the underlying causes of the pandemics that we're living today are the same global environmental changes that drive biodiversity loss and climate change. The pandemic-induced health crisis has quickly triggered an economic crisis. And all of this is unfolding in the context of climate crisis, which exacerbates the pandemic and the economic crisis. This obviously points out at the systemic nature of the crisis that we're facing. So COVID-19 has revealed the close links between human, animal, and ecological health. The way agriculture is practiced can provide opportunities for improving environmental and human health, or if it's done wrongly, as in the case of industrial agriculture, green revolution agriculture, agriculture can lead to major health risks to human and ecosystems. So today we have a model of agriculture that dominates the biosphere. There's about 1.5 billion hectares of agriculture, of which 80% are monocultures that depend on external inputs, such as pesticides and fertilizers and so on, that leave a huge ecological toll in the biosphere. We have to inject about 5.2 billion pounds of pesticides per year on these systems, and you can see that the trends keep increasing in terms of pesticide load on the environment. The expansion of these monocultures, for example, soybean in South America, which already covers 60 million hectares, are very connected to the emergence of diseases and other types of environmental problems. As we advance monocultures at the expense of natural vegetation, for example, soybean plantations in the south of South America, or African palm plantations in Indonesia or Malaysia and other countries at the expense of natural forests, then what we do is we set the stage for zoonotic diseases, because as we destroy the environment, the natural habitats where wildlife coexists with more than 7,000 types of viruses, there is plenty of possibilities of spillover when we disrupt these habitats. So what we see is that we have an agriculture that is actually occupying about 80% of the land of the planet, of agricultural land of the planet, that produces only 30% of the food that we eat. It uses 70% of the water, 80% of the fossil fuels, produces more than 30% of the greenhouse gases, warms the planet, and creates conditions for pandemics. So there's a need to do a major conversion of this industrial agriculture from systems that are monocultures, highly degrading, highly dependent on external inputs, pesticides, fertilizers, etc., to an agriculture that is much more biodiverse, more resilient, more sustainable, and that doesn't depend on external inputs, and that is also friendly with nature. So here's where agroecology comes in as a science that provides the principles that will guide the design of these new agroecosystems. And agroecology is based on two knowledge paradigms. One, the knowledge of the Western science that we learn in the universities, basic agricultural sciences, ecology, social sciences, but also the traditional knowledge of farmers that have been farming for centuries, complex farming systems. And this dialogue of wisdoms then provides the opportunity to derive principles on how we're going to manage the agroecosystems of the future. And these principles are universal, taking very specific technological forms depending on the conditions, the cultural, environmental, social, etc. of each region. So what we're looking for is an agriculture that has to be decoupled from fossil fuel dependence, agroecosystems of low environmental impact on nature, that are resilient to climate change and other shocks, that are multifunctional, that not only provide food, but also provide a series of ecosystem services, social services, maintains cultures, and also provide the foundation for local food systems. Because by the year 2030, we're going to have about 80% of the world population living in cities. A city of more than 10 million people has to import 6,000 tons of food per day that has to travel about 1,000 miles on average. This global system of food system has to change and be based more on local food systems. So agroecology can point the way to the reconstruction of a post-COVID agriculture and can constitute the foundation of a new food system by strengthening action on four main areas. On the one side, revitalizing small farms, conversion of large-scale systems to more agroecological biodiverse systems, the creation of alternative production animal production systems, and enhancing urban agriculture. So the revitalization of peasant agriculture is fundamental because small farmers throughout the world not only are the guardians of biodiversity, they have 7,000 species of crops, 2 million local varieties. You know, the Green Revolution centers only produce 7,000 varieties. Local farmers have the genetic resources for the design of the agriculture that is going to be resilient for the future. Although they occupy 25 to 30% of the land, they produce between 50 and 70% of the food that is consumed globally, but uses only 30% of the water, 20% of fossil fuels, and most of the systems cool the planet because they sequester carbon and they have biodiverse systems that are resilient. So there are many examples in Latin America of where agroecological designs of small farms can lead to farmers that reach food security, food self-sufficiency or food sovereignty, that reach production autonomy by not relying on external inputs of any kind, and also energy sovereignty. So this example of this half-hectare farm in Chile, for example, with a very complex rotational design, provides food for a family of 5, 95% of the food that the family eats. And in addition to that, there's a surplus that can be sold in the market. So the economic viability of this farm is connected to the fact that first of all, farmers don't have to buy the food because they produce it. Second, they don't have their cost of production go down 60% because they don't depend on external inputs. And third, there's a surplus that can be sold in the market. Another example from Cuba, a family that used to grow corn and tobacco did a conversion of their farm to an agroecological system, a 10-hectare farm that has a network of margins and barriers and living barriers that provide fodder and food and biomass. And there are several systems, rotational systems, agroforestry systems, silvopastoral systems, including this farm. And what it has been found out that in 20 years, the inputs dependence went down to almost zero, that the farm is totally self-sufficient. It doesn't require external inputs, and that the total productivity at the beginning relied mostly on corn and tobacco. Today comes out from about 25 different species. And the other thing that was found out in this farm is that the production of protein from 1 hectare can feed 34 people at an energy efficiency of 30. That is, you put 1 kilocalorie, you get 30 back. Modern agricultural systems have an energy efficiency of about 1.5. That means that this farm is 20 times more energy efficient. And in addition to that, we're finding out in research that we're doing in Central America, in the Caribbean, that these farms that are more diversified suffer less from hurricanes because developing countries are receptors of climate change. They haven't contributed at all to the global emissions, and therefore they have to adapt. So you can see here that monoculture farms suffer much more mudslides than these more diverse systems. This is in the case of Hurricane Mitch in Central America, or in Cuba, Hurricane Ike, for example, these farms that were surrounded by very complex hedgerows and adopted agroforestry systems were able to suffer less damage and recover faster from the damage, because those are the two dimensions of resilience. One is the capability of resisting the shock, and the other is the ability to recover from the shock. The other aspect is optimizing urban agriculture. The production of fruits, vegetables, and eggs near consumers increases dietary diversity, nutrition, and local food security, especially during the COVID-19 when there were lockdowns and there was an interruption of the supply chains. And also eating nutritious plant-based foods can fortify people's immune system, which is also important in a time of pandemic. So an example of urban agriculture that was developed massively was Cuba, because after the crisis, after the Soviet bloc collapsed and the imports of fertilizers and pesticides and petroleum went down 80% in the island, there was no possibility of bringing food from the rural areas to the urban areas. So they promoted urban agriculture, reaching about 50,000 hectares, providing about 50% or more of the vegetables consumed in major cities, in addition to milk, meat, eggs, and generating jobs, especially for women and young people. So these systems called organopónicos are systems that can produce between 15 and 20 kilos of vegetables per square meter. And our research shows that if each person eats 72 kilos of vegetables per year, a 10 square meter garden that produces 200 kilos of vegetables per year can satisfy 55% of the annual vegetable needs of a family of 5. Sorry, I already talked about this. Now, the conversion of large-scale systems is also important. There are, as I said, monocultures dominate much of the agro landscapes of our countries. These systems are very susceptible to climate change. They emit greenhouse gases. They have an ecological toll because of the use of agrochemicals and so on. And for example, there are examples of conversion of the large-scale systems. For example, sugarcane in Colombia, in the Central Valley of Colombia, in the Cauca Valley of Colombia, where farmers, instead of using fertilizers, they use cowpea as a green manure that can be grown in sugarcane, because sugarcane lasts 12 months, but during the first 3 months you can grow green manures, which actually will reduce the use of fertilizers, increase organic matter in the soil, the water retention of the soils, which is important for climate change. And then you can also incorporate animals like this special type of sheep that actually goes inside the sugarcane fields, consuming the weeds, leaving manure, which also will enhance the soil fertility, and then providing an additional income for farmers because they can get milk and meat from this type of animals. In California, in Chile, and Mediterranean climates, there's also conversion of large-scale vineyards, for example, that are highly dependent on fertilizers and pesticides, and you can reduce the use of those inputs by growing, for example, green manures like fava beans that fix nitrogen, and then these fava beans can be cut during flowering and then left as a mulch in order to decompose, increase organic matter in the system, biological activity of the soil. And then in the summer season, you can grow flowers interspersed with the vineyards, and these flowers attract beneficial insects that control pests on the vineyards. Therefore, you reduce the pesticide use dramatically. The last system that can be developed with agroecology are silvopastoral systems that combine fodder plants such as grasses and leguminous herbs with shrubs and trees for animal nutrition. And in these systems, actually, there's less use of antibiotics because the immune system of the animals and the welfare of the animals is enhanced, and also the soil is enriched with organic matter, which also is important for the resiliency of the systems. So the research that has been done in Colombia shows that you can change from monoculture pastures to these agroforest silvopastoral systems. You can increase the carrying capacity of animals from 1.2 to 5.1, and you can increase the milk production from 2 liters to 4 liters. So in the silvopastoral systems, you have a better animal condition because actually the microclimate is more favorable. You have higher relative humidity, lower temperature, and the annual evapotranspiration from the systems is much lower than in the monoculture grasslands. So you can see here in this farm that the milk production is maintained about 10 liters per cow per day, regardless of the precipitation regime. When you have drought, actually the system produces the same that when you have precipitation, because of the water capacity of the system has been enhanced with organic matter and the microclimate conditions provided by the shade. So in conclusion, increasing biodiversity in agroecosystems can enhance the biointensification processes in the agroecosystem. This principle leads to optimal crop diversification schemes, and these diversifications promotes interactions among the biodiversity components, essentially for triggering key ecological processes such as biological soil fertility, pest regulation, and also adaptation to climate change. So I think that one of the lessons that we have learned from COVID-19, especially in developing countries, is that there's an urgent need that food production be in the hands of small producers, peasants, and urban farmers, because this is the only way to ensure the supply of fresh food at affordable prices and in local markets, especially when the supply chains of the capitalist market collapse. The retooling of the food system based on short supply chains will require providing smallholder farmers with land, seeds, water, equitable markets, etc. And we know that supporting peasant agriculture, at least in Latin America, enhances food sovereignty, promotes local economic growth, generates employment, reduces poverty, promotes diverse diets and better nutrition in local communities. But also, we cannot put the weight of the change of the food systems to reach the sustainable development goals on farmers only. We are all consumers, we all eat 2-3 times a day, and therefore it will require that consumers understand that eating is both an ecological and political act. That every time we support local farmers, small farmers, instead of the corporate food chain, we are creating socio-ecological sustainability and resiliency. And we also have to have an active political role. On the one side, we have to acquire higher consciousness about the multiple ecological, social, cultural, and economic roles of small farmers. But also we have to be active participants in creating and strengthening local food systems. And we need to pressure local and regional governments to support agroecological strategies that are going to enhance the stability and resiliency of the small farmers. So these transformations of agriculture that we're talking about must be accompanied by a shift from a market economy to a solidarity economy, from fossil fuel to renewable energy, and from big corporations controlling the food system to cooperatives controlling the food system. Such new world should be led by alliances between social and rural movements, aware that a return to the way agriculture was before the pandemic is not an option, and that we should actively involve support local farms as vital assets for providing food and promoting autonomy while consolidating healthy agroecological territories. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Magar, for your Thank you, Professor Miguel A. Thierry, for your useful presentation. And I return to the second panelist. The panelist will be the Professor Damayanti Pukari. Will you please? The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning to you all. And also good morning to Miguel and also Pak Main. It's very good to see you in this platform. And good morning to all the participants. So allow me to share my screen. Okay.
Ternyata kalau ngomong menggema.
Okay, can you see my screen? Sudah ya Pak ya? Sudah terlihat Pak? Halo. Sudah terlihat?
Clearly, ma'am.
Sudah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so first of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizer who has invited me in this occasion. And the title of my presentation is Food System Transformation and the SDGs, a Transdisciplinary Perspective. So it's really an honor to be talking after Miguel Altieri. And I think all of you have heard the very holistic approach of the agriculture, agroecology. So my presentation will be more at the side of, I think, what you call maybe more philosophical and also thoughts. Yeah. So I would like to bring you to the idea of the transformation that Miguel already presented earlier. So basically my presentation and Miguel, I think, is very well connected. But I will be more talking about as I mentioned earlier, about the philosophy itself of the transformation, and then the food system, and then using transdisciplinarity as a key to transformation. So if we use the word food system, I know there's a bit controversy because this term was coined by FAO, and then there has been a lot of debate whether the word food system has been taken over by the private industries, etc. So in Indonesia, Bappenas itself, Pak Anang, who has presented as a keynote today, is also the lead for the food system transformation. So the government is embracing the theoretical approach of food system and then modify it. The concept is being modified so that it actually integrates with what is needed by the country. So that is what I will be discussing today. So one note, this is actually written in the terms of reference that was sent to all of us, and I just would like to quote here. There was a sentence in the terms of reference, and the sentence, I'm reading it here: globalization requires that every state should accelerate its developmental efforts, i.e. in the fields of science and technology. And then it follows that one way to accelerate progress in agriculture is implementing the industrialization of agriculture. So it is really wonderful to hear Miguel's argument that stated, okay, what do you mean by industry? You know, small scale farmers, peasant, urban farmers are actually what is feeding the world and not the industry. And I really agree with that. So that's why I put it down here to stress what do we mean by industrialization of agriculture? And is this really the message that the organizer wants to send to the students and also to the country at large? Yeah, so I'm asking that question. And here we can see a picture here where actually the industry has changed, has modified the landscape from the forest degradation and then to monoculture. So the question then, if you talk about industrialization, is it actually sustainable? We've seen how it's not only deforesting the forest, but also the intensification process is also changing the landscape. And you've heard from Miguel earlier of all the bad stuff that is related with monoculture and the agriculture industry. So with that, I would like to point out to this slide that we are looking together here. When we talk about sustainable development, I see that there's actually already an evolution of sustainable development. before we have this triple helix or whatever you call between the relationship between environment, social, and economy. And then one always picture that the interaction between the three is what we call by sustainable development. So the intersection of these three components is what is called sustainable development. But then there's after years of debate, now people understand better that when we talk about sustainable development, the picture doesn't really consist of these three components and the intersection of the components. But actually what we are looking is at the overarching of everything is the environment. I mean, basically the earth, right? We are living in the only earth that's available out here in the universe. And the environment is the earth itself. And the subcomponent of that is the social, and the subcomponent of that is the economy. So the economy cannot flourish if the environment is degraded, if the environment is broken. Yeah. So the economy is a subset of the environmental sustainability. So this is a different mindset of how we perceive of sustainable development. So how is it that we can move away from the so-called industry into the sustainability? So I like to put this picture up because when we think about sustainability, agriculture, actually what we see is a multifunction of landscape with different types of crops, with different types of habitat and ecosystem services. So basically, this picture is what we see as sustainable agriculture. So how is it that we, who are now in a condition where we were sustainable several years ago, several hundreds years ago, and then we move away into industry and monoculture, how is it that we go back to sustainability, but with the sciences and the technology that we understand today? Therefore, the transformation is what is being called the food system transformation. Okay, so what is a food system transformation? Here, I'm relating agriculture to the SDG. And as mentioned also by Miguel earlier, we can see that agricultures actually work across SDG, because agriculture, it links to many of the SDG goal. It links food security to nutrition, to health, to environmental sustainability, to climate change, to poverty reduction, to hunger, rural development, social justice. So many aspects of agriculture is actually linked to SDG. Okay. Here in this picture, you can also see the same graph that was presented earlier, where the economy is a subset of the environment. Here, the picture might be put down a little bit different, but basically it's more colorful. Yeah. And here you can see that the underlying, the foundation, everything is actually the biosphere itself. So environmental sustainability is the foundation for the social society and for the economy. So economy is a small part of the societal life. And food system is the key, okay? So the food system is a key area to achieve SDG. And this is what we call as the transformative change. And what is a transformative change? Based on the UN Global Sustainable Development Report, transformative change is called as, it differs from evolutionary or chaotic change in that it is intentional change based on societal agreement and factual understanding and achieve outcomes at scale. So I underline here societal agreement and factual understanding to achieve the outcome. Okay, so let us look at the definition of food system. So this is actually developed by FAO, as I said earlier. It moves away from us thinking agriculture as a sector only. So before we're thinking about agriculture only as a sector, where there's a production and then there's a processing and then there's a marketing, etc. Here we are thinking of a system. So when we talk about the agriculture as a food system, we are talking about a system that includes all actors, that links between all the processes in order to achieve the added value from the production, the aggregation, the processing, the distribution, the consumption, and management of the food waste from agriculture, forestry, fisheries, in the context of economy, social, environmental aspect. So this is actually very, very holistic, and it basically captures agroecology. Yeah, and the food system itself consists of subsystem that links to energy, to health, to trade, to politics. So here in this picture here, one can see that if we look at agriculture at the center here, there's a biological system, economic system, social system, and the ecological system here that is interlinked with it. And interestingly, now we are also talking about the waste. So the trash, the food waste is also something that we need to think about. And the economy links to the circular economy that is now being promoted by many in the private sector as also by the government. And do look at this part, that this is the role of the government, the policy, the political system is actually part of the food system. So transformation in agriculture and food system is important in order to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition by 2030. So this is actually the SDG goal. The SDG goal by 2030, we have to end poverty, end hunger, etc. Okay, so the sustainable food system is about creating enabling condition, setting multi-stakeholder platform. I have to move quicker here. Implementing adaptive transformations change, and this is all a pathway for sustainability. Okay. Okay, so the food system is actually a way of thinking and doing, and it is needed to reshape to a more productive and more inclusive poor and marginalized population, environmentally sustainable and resilient, and able to deliver healthy and nutritious diets for all. So when we talk about transformation of food system, we are moving away from linear thinking to system thinking. We are talking about inclusivity and multi-stakeholder processes. We are talking about an agreed pathway, trade analysis, and we have to identify what are the game changers. Yeah. And specifically for Indonesia, we are talking about agriculture in an archipelagic country, as what Pak Anang said earlier. We need to develop our own understanding of what is an archipelagic country. So we are not a continental country. So what does it, ecologically, what does it mean? So this is the innovation that Indonesia needs to do in able to achieve sustainability. We need to understand the socio-ecological impact of a maritime situation. So this is the agenda for the food system in Indonesia. And this is created by Bappenas, which I thought is a very, it's a very good opportunity to present it here because of the title of the meeting here. And this is, I mentioned earlier, promote agriculture insurance and disaster risk management to build resilience. That is important. Research and development in digital transformation, support policy and transition to agroecology and sustainable agriculture. That is noted in the food system agenda of the country, creating incentive for promoting of local food, promoting inclusive business and circular economy, reducing food loss, technological innovation, strengthening, etc. Here, it is stated that it's important to develop a national food system transformation that understand that we are an archipelago. So the last part of my presentation, when we talk about agriculture, we have to understand the background of the farmers of Indonesia. With 270 million people right now, our farmer consists of 38.23 million. And when we look at the age range, we can say that more than 50%, 60% of Indonesian farmers are old. They're above 45 years old. And then when we look at the situation in agriculture, if we talk about rice, it's all 100% small-scale farmers. Even oil palm, we now have about 40% of the oil palm industry is small-scale farmers. For coffee, cacao, it's about, people said ranging about 80%. So small-scale farmer is a very important factor in Indonesian agriculture. And so when we transform Indonesian agriculture to achieve SDG, we have to have that at the back of our mind. When we talk about production and export focus, we have to think about those small-scale farmer. Poverty reduction, boosting local economy. So a sustainable agriculture production and sustainable production for affordable, healthy diets. We have to always think at the back of our mind, what is the impact for the small-scale farmer? So the drivers, transformation process, and outcomes of all of this food system is that we have all of this driver, the globalization, land use, population growth. The transformation process is this. We have to change the mode of production. We have to create inclusive business, enhancing innovation, reform agriculture policy, and increasing the health, food literacy, and sustainable consumption. And therefore, we can achieve the outcome within SDG. So this last part is just to speak about the how. So how do we transform? And here I note again, be careful with the industrialization, but how do you transform? Well, the way that I would like to say here is that we need to transform using the transdisciplinarity. And what I mean by transdisciplinarity is transcending beyond discipline. And so when we talk about intradiscipline, cross-discipline, multidiscipline, interdiscipline, transdisciplinarity is like a cake. Okay, when you talk about intradiscipline, you're talking about monodiscipline. Cross-discipline, you talk about, here the picture, we have different type of food that's cross-discipline. Multidiscipline, you mix into a salad, you have a multidiscipline. Interdiscipline, okay, you make some kind of food, for instance, a stew or something. But when you talk about transdisciplinarity, you're making a cake. So you're blending everything. So you are talking between, across, and beyond. You are using this transdisciplinary approach where the local knowledge becomes very important. We have systems knowledge where local knowledge that is embedded in a local tradition is a very important knowledge that should be included in the development of the science and the technology of the modern world. So we have to respect this knowledge type, respect the diversity of knowledge. And how is it that we use this traditional knowledge and to develop the sustainable knowledge that is locally specific for different areas. Therefore, when we talk about local knowledge and the innovation, we have to link this with the impact of the knowledge to the society, especially the local society. And therefore, achieving socio-political innovation has to respect the local community and the local knowledge. So transdiscipline, when we talk about transdiscipline, it is a participatory approach. We have multiple perspectives. We understand the holistic approach and the equality, and it's non-dogmatic methodology. That's why transdiscipline is a very good way to approach transformation. Yeah, because the attributes of transdiscipline is a non-resistance, it's openness, it's about humbleness, it's about reflection, it's about empathy. Okay, and here in the world where we understand that it's more complex, with transdiscipline, we understand the complexity cannot be understood in a separate monodiscipline way. We understand that complexity brings with it multi-level reality, multiple reality. And so transdiscipline is actually a change in a paradigm that we need to adopt for us to be able to adapt for the future. So lastly, we understand that all of us are born having the experience of humanity before us. We have the ability to influence and provide more color, since we are endowed with the amazing gift of consciousness and interconnectedness. Older society understand the connectedness of knowledge and the spirituality that links to sustainability. Science, whatever we're developing today, is showing that the interconnectedness is true, that matter, energy, life is interconnected. So I would like to end by saying a Serbian proverb: be humble, for you are made of earth. Be noble, for you're made of stars. Thank you.
Thank you, Pietro. It's nice presentation. And now it's the turn for Professor Pandorvik from Wageningen. I'd like to please you. Time is yours, Professor.
Let me share the screen. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hope I'm audible and the screen is visible. So first of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting me, and thanks again for putting me after these beautiful 3 talks we've already had from the Bapanas perspective, from Pa Miguel and from Bu Damayanti. It's challenging to continue the talk at the level of the philosophy and the basic ideas. I'll try to do a bit of that and then try to get things a bit closer to home for you people in Surabaya, and talk about something, whether you want water or whether you want food, because the choice is partly at that level, based on things we currently see happening in one of the areas that provides you the water, drinking water in Surabaya right now. So I called my talk the agroforestry as mimicking nature. Yeah, and Miguel already hinted to some of that. And to what extent that is a way to reduce the human impacts on global cycles in the context of the SDG discussion. Well, when Miguel was talking, I was reminded of this is a cartoon of Archimedes. This is the Greek engineer, philosopher, physicist from more than 2,000 years ago. But the cartoon itself is nearly 200 years old. But Archimedes is supposed to have said that give me a lever and give me that is long enough and a fulcrum, a pivot on which to place it, and I shall move the world. Now that is explaining part of physics about how leverage is done, but I think it actually is an interesting cartoon for what we currently see as the need for this sick planet Earth with COVID and all the other things, and that needs to be lifted. And the question then is 3 things: that what is the leverage? How can we get a beam that is long enough and strong enough? And of course, in time of Archimedes, that must have been a tree, and the trees weren't, well, the length of trees was limited. But the other point is then, what is that fulcrum? What is that pivot? What is that rock that is strong enough on which you can lift the world? And the third is, does it depend on a single strong man? Or how can we organize people to jointly apply that leverage that is needed to lift that world, assuming that lifting the world up is a reasonable way of saying what we currently need. So the question then indeed is, what is that fulcrum? What is that pivot? And yeah, Bu Damayanti already referred to the people, planet, profit triangle. somehow I think that is the closest we have so far to defining that rock. But people tend to zoom on the part of the triangle they like best, either the planet or the prophet or the people. And this suggests that a strong foundation really needs all three of them. Oops. Yeah. So another way of looking at these sustainable development goals, of course, they're normally put in a circle, but it is that there's still really, and if you look at the discussion around it globally, there's still a part of the world for which the development word is the most important, and we still have development deficits, and we have people living in poverty without enough food and without quality water, etc. And there is the concern about the sustainability, about the planetary boundaries. And the question really is, so far, has it been, is it a balancing act between 13 goals that deal with development deficits and 4 goals that deal with sustainability? Or, okay, let's add it is the governance goal 16 and the international cooperation that may play a role on both. And we have this concept of nature-based solutions as a way to say, well, actually, we need nature in order to achieve these goals, but we equally need the people-centric restoration concept. We need the people in order to protect the nature. So it is this two-way balancing act, which is, if you want, a double leverage. And we need these questions on what is the fulcrum? Is it the people, planet, profit part? And instead of a single strong man, I have here many people walking and try to balance the thing between. At the same time, we have trees out there, and I think Miguel already hinted at agroforestry as one of the part of the solutions. And the organization I worked for a long time is definitely aligned with that idea. In a recent summary, a special issue of agriculture, ecosystems, environment, with many talks about agroforestry and climate change. Of course, we see agroforestry as somewhere in between a spectrum from closed canopy forest to open field agriculture, and associated with diversity versus monoculture, associated with multiple ways of achieving the set of these sustainable development goals, but clearly no single land use by itself can achieve all. We need the right balance between these components. And then in the context of climate change, of course, we see that the nitrogen, the carbon, and the water cycles are closely linked. And so far, climate change debate has been mostly about the carbon cycle and nitrogen cycle in terms of greenhouse gases when we talk about mitigation, and has been mostly about water when we talk about adaptation. So we need to understand how closely water, carbon, and nitrogen cycles are linked, and how that relates to land use if we want to make progress on the adaptation side, without splitting the world in forest here, agriculture there. A lot of the solution will have to be the in-between parts that can classify as both. Now, on the policy side, of course, policies are often driven by emergencies, and we have a large range of things from floods to droughts and fire and pollution and wasted investment, etc., that link to global climate change, and we can try to deal with the symptoms, or we can look at the branches of the three is the loss of hydrological buffering, which is the consequence itself of land misuse, can lead to conflicts between people. And by the time it's about conflicts, then policymakers may wake up. But the roots of this whole thing is about the roles, the rules, and the drivers that we need. So we do need an understanding of that landscape and the change that happens at the level of the social drivers, at the level of what does it mean for the ecological buffering, and how does it lead to all these different things that we don't want and that we should try to avoid by better ways of managing. Yeah, so this is now at another a very high level of abstraction. Of course, we see historical development of agriculture with huge increase in production, huge increase in the number of people that get enough food, but at the cost of environmental integrity. And clearly, we can't continue like that. We need a game changer. We need to get into this quadrant of positive effects on environmental integrity and still matching the unmatched development deficits that exist. And rather than having fixed solutions, we need sustained agility. We need the continued possibility to develop, to get new ideas, rather than implement a program that however clever these people are defining it at one point in time. We need the sustainability is the fixed property, the agility is the continued ability to innovate and to do new things, and we need the resource base to have that. Now, in a program that is called SESAM at Wageningen University with PhD students in 3 tropical continents, we look at the forest-water people relationships, and of course that is linked to the climate where we are, but also in the context of what's been called the flying rivers discourse, the fact that climate change is not only about carbon and heating, it is very much about changing rainfall and rainfall patterns. And the flying rivers, the atmospheric recycling of moisture, is getting increased attention as part of that part. So luckily we have a number of these PhD students working in Indonesia, and I'll later part of my talk about something that is quite close to Surabaya. Now in my title I refer to the term mimicry, and in biology, of course, we know mimicry is quite common. It's based on a resemblance, something that looks similar to something else, and that something else is actually something quite different. And the resemblance is based on functionality. So the resemblance between an organism and another object, and that could be an organism of another species or elsewhere. And often it is seen in a visual sense. Of course, you can have mimicry that is in base of sound, but the most common examples are in terms of colors and color patterns. So in a paper we're currently preparing with the SESAM group, but it is about agriculture as mimic in terms of water with the natural system. Now, there is this interesting use of color in how we describe water. We have the green water, we have the blue water, we have the gray water after pollution, and we have the rainbow water that carries the atmospheric moisture. So we end up with something like a modified agama lizard with the rainbow colored head and the green and blue body and tail. And we ask ourselves, to what extent is agriculture currently a mimic? To what extent does it maintain the rainbow water? How does it deal with the green, the gray, and the blue water? And does that give any indication of what can be changed, what can be modified? So we have the atmospheric moisture, the upwind relations. We have the green water that is used by soil and vegetation. We have the blue water in rivers and lakes and what hydrologists talk about. And we have the dark green water that is taken up from deeper layers of subsoil. And the question is, if we go to agriculture, what happens with the colors of water? And is there a way to increase the similarity? Now, of course, water is by itself, just like food systems, consists of many different subsystems. There is the hydroclimatic system where rainfall is partly intercepted by canopies and lead to cooling evapotranspiration, and evapotranspiration is partly recycled into rainfall, and it interacts with radiation and reflectance and albedo and everything on that front. And so that's the hydroclimatic subsystem. There is the stomatol. See, at the level of a single leaf, we see water and CO2 being exchanged in opposite directions. We can talk about the plant soil subsystem where water infiltrates or the soil or runs over the surface, gets stored, and roots help to take it up, and we see buffering of water in the soil. And we can look at the watershed system where we mostly focus on the blue water and the flow. How does the river flow? What part is rapid flow after an event and leads to flooding? What is the base flow that comes slowly? And how much of the water is used for irrigation? Miguel suggested that agriculture is one of the larger users even of blue water, and the drinking water and domestic sourcing of water at all. So the complexity of water subsystems can maybe, we can compare with what we see on the food system side. How do we connect these different parts? At the same time, for the system to function as a whole, of course, it does lead to human benefits of a wide range of things, from climatic regulation to fisheries to food production to flood protection to etc. That in itself lead to many different SDGs. And in this list, we have about 9 of the SDGs directly linked with water. You can probably argue that it is 17, but for our current discussion, it is the SDG 6, the water to people and the sanitation versus the food production and its requirement of water are important parts, but equally linked to the governance and to health and to aquatic systems. So yes, it is complex, and we need transdisciplinary science to reconcile the different perspectives on that. But also we need to see it as a larger system in which the subsystems interact. Yeah. Now, when we go a little closer into water, of course, the simplest way to look at water is the water balance, where we say that the precipitation plus other inputs is equal to what can be used in evapotranspiration, the green water, plus the blue water that leaves the system, plus or minus the changes in the soil. And we can see in that landscape that the rainfall and the sources of clouds and rainfall lead to evapotranspiration, and that part of that goes in your Sawa for your rice production, but also the river systems that are linked to landscape beauty and to ecotourism and for reasons to people to visit that area. And we see changes in soil in a big way when these forests get converted to potato fields in Upper Brahmtas, then we end up with strongly diminishing the soil buffering capacity. Yeah, so back to our mimicry slides, we can now fill in what happens when we change natural vegetation to agriculture. Yeah, we may have less green water use or lower evapotranspiration. We may actually negatively influence the upwind rainbow. Yeah, we transform a lot of clean blue water into gray water, polluted in various ways and with restricted utility. We have less deep-rooted components, and that is part of the reason that the evapotranspiration is affected in dry periods. And the blue water becomes a lot more erratic. We have floods and droughts where we had before a more continuous stream of good water. So is that necessary? Couldn't we have an agriculture that would be a closer mimic too? Well, we think we can, but it does need location-specific diagnostics. So yes, we can talk about the human appropriation of natural primary productivity. We can talk about the human impacts on the water cycle. And we can see that these human impacts exist at the level of the precipitation, the rainfall, at the level of the evapotranspiration, at the level of the soil, and at the level of the blue water and the different types of water that come out of it. And when we look at a place like Indonesia, of course, we are an archipelagic nation where a lot of the moisture comes from the ocean, but even over Borneo, Sumatra, this rainfall recycling is relevant, and the vegetation, the forest cover plays a role in rainfall in the more central parts of the island. So let's go to the place where your PDAM of Surabaya has an office somewhere that is in the Rejoso catchment at the Umbulan Spring, and they've been busy with making a bigger pipe to get water from the Umbulan Spring to provide drinking water for Surabaya and adjacent parts on it. And this was recently the station has been opened, the pipe has been opened, so it is supposed to function now. However, there is a problem, and that is that in the Rejoso catchment, and that starts in Mount Bromo here, and that goes to Pasuruan out here, and the Umbulan Spring is here, that land use change has influenced the amount of water that comes to the spring. And the debate has been, is it because of what happens on Mount Bromo? Is it because what happens on the slopes? Is it because what happened in the lowlands? Why is groundwater supply to the spring now less than it was before? Yeah, so with ICRAF and the Rejoso committee, Rejoso Kita, and with a number of universities, a lot of analysis has been going on and what's happening and what happened in the crater of Bromo, what happens in the upper potato growing upper zone with the Tanger people with their traditional knowledge and with their current economy based on potatoes, in the middle zone with the agroforest, in the lower zone. And what happens and why is there a problem with the reduced intake? And the details of that are quite staggering. The Umbulan spring used to provide 6,000 liters per second, and that was the basis for making a pipe that would take 4,000 liters per second to Surabaya and keep 2,000 for local use. Well, the latest data suggests that the current debit of the spring is only 3.5, and it is declining. And you can't operate the pipe at the capacity that was planned. And if you would do, you would have serious problems for affecting local land use. So what's going on? Well, there is things happening. The rainfall has not changed as far as we can see. Evapotranspiration has changed a bit. There is a bit more overland flow here, so we channel part of the groundwater infiltration into overland flow. But an important thing happens in the lowland where in the past it was sugarcane dominated. Now everyone who wants can make a deep well, artesian well, and the water comes out under pressure. But the combined effects of all these wells soaking up the water from the artesian well is that the Umbulan spring now has this reduced debit. And yeah, we have published our analysis on that front of what's going on. Now, in our analysis, about half the problem comes from the slopes of the Mount Bromo and the reduced infiltration, and half comes from that increased water use for the Sava system. Actually, the mid-slope, we have all the different types of agroforestry out there. When we measure the infiltration, when we measure the water balance, things are actually quite okay here. It is in the upper zone with the potato-dominated systems and the Sava where most of the problems are. Yeah, so in our analysis, where most of the policy in Indonesia focused on the slopes and reforestation and doing things out here in order to solve a problem here, we found that the uncontrolled drilling of wells is responsible for half the problem. The problem is that the regulation in Indonesia, every farmer is allowed to make a well to exploit the groundwater that they think they need for their rice production. There's a problem on the governance side that, yes, we have an institution for watershed management that focus on the upper watershed. We have some authority over surface water flows, but groundwaters are under a provincial authority. So there's quite a complex landscape on who is in charge of what part of the water, and no one is in charge of the water system as a whole, it seems. And farmers who so far have seen that they have the right to drill whatever well they want, to convince them that you can also drill wells with a tap that you can close and you only let it flow when you need it. That proves to be a very challenging part on the type of social change that you need. Yeah, so our challenges to restoring this hydrological mimicry in this area is, on the first place, incomplete understanding. If you ask farmers, where does the water come from? Yeah, it comes from the well. And how did it get there? Yeah, basically no idea. Yeah, so groundwater is still invisible and people have no clear understanding of the sources and, and the things of that. The legal framework for below ground resource stewardship is very incomplete and very fragmented. There's this sense of, because it's agriculture, because it's small farmers, they're allowed to take whatever water they want. And this free for all is no longer feasible. And the institutional mandates are fairly complex between different layers of government. And yeah, there've been a couple of years of attempts now in a forum watershed for the Joso to try to get change, but progress has not been as fast as we had hoped. And there's an ongoing challenge, and being close to Surabaya and being about your own drinking water, maybe there's an opportunity for UPM people to get involved there, to see the social and the ecological parts coming together about, is it about rice and food, or is it about drinking water, or can it be both? Yeah. So my conclusions are, agriculture in its current form is a threat to your SDGs. At the same time, it is essential for achieving that. So yes, we need transformation within agriculture. Agriculture and associated food systems, they need to achieve a higher degree of mimicry with natural systems, and that includes the terms of the carbon, the nutrient, and the water cycles. But to make progress, these general principles are not enough. We need a site and context-specific diagnosis of issues beyond the symptoms. What is it how does it really work? And where is the lack of cycling? What does it really mean? And of course, agroforestry as a whole may be part of the solution, but it can't be blanket solutions. It has to be right tree on the right place with a clear reason before we can expect this to really make the contribution to SDGs that we all want. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mirvan. It's a nice presentation. Okay, participants, I think we are now come to the time for discussion, and maybe some participants have some participant has a question. Please to address the question to who? Yeah. So the participant can write in the chat box, and I will read the question. We have 30 minutes for discussion. Well, for temporary, no questions. I'd like to ask to Professor Miguel Altieri first. Yeah, Professor Miguel Altieri talk about how to optimize the urban agriculture. So the problem of urban agriculture is the rule of the city. Yeah, I think urban agriculture is so related with the social background or economic background. How to make balances between the production and the need for the society for food. This the question for Professor Miguel.
Thank you. I don't know if I captured the whole question that you asked, but in many cities, there's a lot of abandoned land. Here, for example, here in Oakland, it's a city by Berkeley, there's 1,400 acres of abandoned public land that could be put into production of food, because in those areas is where most of the poor people live and they don't have access to fresh food. So one of the limitations is that sometimes soils are contaminated with heavy metals, but there are techniques where you can make raised beds with compost that the crops don't touch the soil that is contaminated, and therefore you can achieve high levels of production, which will solve the problem of food insecurity in many of the poor neighborhoods in different cities. So urban agriculture also reduces the mileage, the food miles, because you have a production at the local level, and therefore the food doesn't travel at all long distances like within the industrial food system. And the other thing that has been also shown is that when people get together in urban agriculture, there's more social networking and more harmony in the neighborhoods. So there's social benefits, environmental benefits, health benefits associated with urban agriculture.
Okay, thank you for your answers. So This is the question from Carolina. The question for Professor Altieri. According to you, what are the main challenges of the countries to disseminate and implement the principle as part of the agriculture policy? Similarly, to position small farm as important actor to sustainability. And this is the second question.
Well, the way agroecology is being spread in Latin America is through what we call farmers to farmer networks. There's a huge movement among the small farmers that are organized, in which the innovations are passed from one farmer to other through a horizontal pedagogic of exchange of information and exchange. On the other hand, there has been social movements that have pressured the governments, like for example in Brazil, where the government had to create a national law of agroecology. There's a national law of agroecology in Brazil. There's one in Uruguay, and there are many countries that also have special laws that promote food production with small farmers in order for them to produce food for what is called the institutional markets. For example, in Brazil, 30% of all the food production by small farmers has to go to the schools and the hospitals. So in that way, when you create policies that encourage small-scale agriculture, but take them out of the market economy to pass to the social economy, where actually the farmers are not competing, because many times small farmers cannot compete with large-scale farmers. So here, the governments provide a social function for the small-scale agriculture in order to feed schools and hospitals, what is called the institutional markets.
Well, thank you for your clear explanation. So we are still waiting for the next question, and hope there are participants who want to ask the question. Well, I'd like to ask to Professor Damayanti Bukhari about multidisciplinary. Can you explain the rapid change of social change? Also will impact to the need of kind of food, and then change the kind of commodity and diversity. How to balance within social demand for for food and the capacity of the feed, and maybe capacity of the environment. How is the strategy? Because the very rapid social change now.
Okay.
Yeah, could you explain, Professor Damayanti Bukhari?
Yeah, so basically, I think you're asking about sustainability, yeah? Not. I was explaining about multidiscipline, the difference between multidiscipline and transdisciplinarity. But your question basically is about sustainability, how we can balance between population and then the need for food. Well, I think Professor Miguel already answered that in his presentation. But I just want to say something simple though. I think it goes back to consumption, greed, and also knowing when enough is enough. Okay, so we always say that, oh, we have so many billion people that we cannot afford to feed all these people, blah, blah, blah. But actually, right now, based on the statistic, the production of food is actually still more than what is needed by the people globally. But the issue is actually access. How many people can actually access the food because they're poor? Because the production of food is more in the developed countries, and the poor are in the developing country who does not have access to it. So I think when we're talking about issue of population growth and the ability to feed the world, we are talking about politics. Okay, so how is it that we can have a socially just world where people are ready to share, where people know when to stop growing? It goes back to values. It goes back to the decision maker. Basically, it's about how is it that we can live together in the world and share what we have and help each other. But because of the ideology of the world is now more capitalistic, then our paradigm is more about growth and about economy, etc. So this is what we need to do. We need to shift our thoughts. We need to use these transformative processes, which my argument is transdisciplinarity becomes very important, because when we talk about transdiscipline, we are not just talking about the science and knowledge itself, but we are talking about the values of humanity, about being humble, about respecting, and then understanding how to incorporate local knowledge into the sustainability science, for instance. So it's co-creation and co-design of sustainable agriculture for the future. So basically, that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. But we still have two questions for you, Professor Ramayanti from Saifur Rahman. SDGs has been accepted as the global goal of UN. However,
However, not all countries have the same embracement towards SDG.
Yeah.
What is your comment on the issue?
Global goal. However, not all same embracement towards SDGs. What is your comment on this issue?
Yeah. Well, I think this is very, very common. So, because SDG was launched by the United Nations, and all countries that are member of the United Nations, they have to embrace SDG. But of course, every countries have their own challenges. And maybe the goals are sometimes is being set out too far to be reached by different countries. So I think it's very understandable if different countries have different ability or readiness. Different countries have different readiness to achieve or to embrace SDG itself. So I think it's okay to do that, because we cannot standardize.
Yeah.
I think the most important thing is that there is this common goal by 2030 that all countries have agreed upon. So there is common goal by 2030, we have to reach zero hunger, reduction of emission, blah, blah, blah. But different countries have different achievement and different challenges to achieve that. So as long as there are progress, and as long as each country can show that they have done either fundamental changes to reach that goal, I think that is the most important thing. So it's not that everyone doesn't do anything. That is a mistake. But as long as there are efforts and there are progress that different countries have shown in their capacity and or in their ability to try to achieve that SDG, I think that's the most important thing. So we cannot just standardize, but the agreed, the consensus of the target, and how you are going to achieve that and the progress that you have shown. I think that is what is most important. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Dawayanti Bukhari. And the next question is for Professor Min. The question is from Master Arifin. About land degradation can be caused by natural disasters or anthropogenic by human activities. Which one has the most detrimental economic impact? One, the most detrimental economic impact. What should the government do to address the impact of land destruction from these two causes? Will you please, Professor Min?
Yeah, thank you. Well, of course, the terminology of natural disasters has been around for a long time, and at the same time, I think by now it is most people would understand that nothing is purely natural. There always is a human signature on it, especially when you don't just look at whether a flood happened, but whether people get flooded, whether an earthquake or a tsunami happens is natural, but how many people and who get suffer from the consequences, that is of course a consequence of human decisions on where to live and what mangrove to change to a part of a town and then get flooded and be surprised by it. So there is nothing is purely natural when it comes to the disaster side, and very often it is about buffering. It is about not being on the wrong place at the wrong time, etc. That manages on that. So yes, it is important to take that into account. A lot, of course, is that risk management and in many economic decisions for efficiency, we think that a lot of the stuff that is actually providing buffering is not efficient, and we take it out, and then we see a big disaster coming, and then we realize that maybe we were wrong. A lot of the biodiversity argument is in terms of buffering, is in terms of risk for the future, and if you ask us what is the real value right now, and couldn't we reduce diversity by, yes, every day you can reduce it a little bit without, and suddenly you've gone too far. Yeah, so there are real challenges in to maintain buffering, to maintain risk management in terms of disasters, which is on the side of the government. I think there's a follow-up question on the water side. If you don't mind, I'll answer that also, and that is agroforestry. If agroforestry is not implemented and the water resources continue to be taken by the bottled water industry, what impact would it have in 10, 20 years? Well, in the analysis that we've done for the Rejoso watershed, it is not a matter of 10 or 20 years. It is already now that the spring water is much less than it was before. So we urgently need to go back to more mimicry things. Yes, there are bottled water takes part of the water, but the amount of water taken currently by unconstrained wells for the rice fields is much more than that. So at the moment, a lot of that water is actually wasted, but people have the right to waste it, so you can't easily talk with them how to change their system. But it is, I think, something that's urgent already now, and that needs to be understood, first of all, and then addressed at the interface of social systems and social, and is there collective action? When you look more closely at what are the limits to the rice production in that area, then it is the pests and diseases, and especially the rodents, the rats, that play a big role. So at the moment, we're trying to get more synchronized planting and to make it a little more difficult for the rats to move from one field to the other, etc. So yeah, there are many problems, let's say many things that were part of rice rice landscape management before that have disappeared from the current system that need to come back. But yeah, it's not enough to wave with a banner, agroforestry will save everything. And we have to go down to the details, what actually happens. And then on the social side, what could bring leverage, under what condition would farmers be interested in more collective action and more jointly taking responsibility for part of the problem. At the same time, yes, if Surabaya thinks that water belongs to Surabaya, and we can't go in there with a top-down rule, we need to start with a more deeper understanding of what actually is the problem and who are the players and what can be done to modify it. And that's challenging work, but hopefully it can make some progress. Thanks.
Thank you. Question from Mr. Eko, Professor Men, related to the agroforestry system. What if the agroforestry system in area is not implemented and water resources continue to be taken for the bottled water industry? The impact will occur in 10 to 20 years. Okay, that's the question.
Yes, I tried to answer that already.
Already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we can move to the next point.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. And the next question is from Rosida Betsima to Professor McQuell. In this cover pandemic situation, small farm is important actor, so we can get the fresh food. But I think from the economic perspective, it will be unfavorable. Is it any special mechanism made to be taken, maybe to make the small farm more favorable from economic perspective? Thank you.
Well, there's two questions there. The other question is about agroecology as a vehicle to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of poverty reduction and hunger. So she's asking what kind of agroecology, and this also ties to the question about small farmers. The first thing is that agroecology is a transformational science that promotes food sovereignty. So in order to be able to reach the goals, you have to tackle the root causes of poverty and the root causes of hunger. And much of that has to do with lack of access to land. So for example, land reform and access of farmers to land, to seeds, to water is a fundamental prerequisite to achieve those goals. You cannot achieve sustainable goals within an economic system that promotes hunger, that promotes poverty because of inequities and entrenched in the system. So agroecology in that regard is deeply political in addition to being scientific. Now, small farmers play a major role throughout the world, even in Indonesia, in achieving food security because they produce most of the food that people eat. And at the same time, but they occupy very little amount of land. So if that role that farmers play, small farmers play, could be expanded if they had more access to land through redistributed patterns of land reform and other measures that can be taken. And it has been already proved that small farms promote more employment. For example, in Brazil, they have done studies that small farmers promote 3 times more jobs than large-scale monoculture systems. So throughout not only in the production, but also in the distribution, in the processing of the food. So there's plenty of research showing that local economies flourish when you have more small farms rather than when you have large farms. So I don't see a contradiction between promoting agroecological production in small farms and achieving economic development. And then it's saying here the last question, so that you don't have to repeat. How about transformational change of agriculture to provide food in extreme and irregular climatic conditions? Well, I think that this is a challenge to all of us, but we have traditional systems that have stood the test of time, and we can take many of the principles that have governed the resiliency of these traditional farms and put them into practice. For example, diversification at the species level, at the genetic level, at the landscape level, is shown that increases resiliency. Increasing organic matter in the soil, for example, in more arid environments, for every % of organic matter that we increase in the soil, we can store 16 liters of water per square meter because of the water holding capacity of organic rich soils. Soil covers, mulching, cover crops, green manures, etc., are all techniques that can also reduce evaporation, which is loss of non-productive water. So it seems to me that there are already tools within every country that are stored in small farmers' fields, and then researchers in the universities, in the institute, as Damayanti Buchori said, can engage in a process of co-creation, of co-innovation, and bring the solutions to the field, of course, reinforced by policies from the governments that are going to try to allow the scaling up of this type of innovations.
Thank you. The question is Professor Damayanti Bukhari, I think. Position in small farm. Traditional knowledge, etc. Interconventional agriculture is challenging. Business industrialization agriculture in which productivity is prioritized. Shifting to industrialized agriculture, they will be left behind. What is your opinion about this issue? What should scientists do, Professor Damayanti?
Okay, thank you. This is a very good question. Positioning small farms, traditional knowledge. Okay, they will be left behind. Well, I think exactly the point of our discussion is don't make them left behind, yeah, because the local knowledge, as Professor Altieri mentioned, oh my God, they have all this local knowledge, traditional knowledge that has been with the community for what, hundreds of years, from different areas all around the world. They conserve local food, etc. So I think it is, first of all, the academician should change our paradigm in that local knowledge is an important part of a knowledge system. Okay, so we should learn from the local community, and then what I mentioned earlier as this the co-design of knowledge for the future. So scientists cannot just forget about the past. Yeah, the past is our future. So I think academician holds a very important role for the conservation of local knowledge. And we need to do this. It's very urgent because we're losing a lot of local knowledge in many areas of the world. So ethnoecology, ethnobotany, ethnoentomology, all around the world is needed. And we need donors, we need a funding agency who understand this, so that people, right now, people can do research in that aspect and work together with anthropologists and to capture this local knowledge and traditional knowledge. I think that's my short answer for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think the time is up for 60 minutes, and maybe we should thank you very much to all panelists for being part of this conference. Thank you very much, Professor Makil, and thank you very much, Professor Damayanti Bukhari, and thank you very much for Professor Min van Noordwijk. I hope all the participants has enjoyed this conference, and thank you very much for your cooperation. And thank you very much, the panelists. And I think if I have a mistake, I give forgiveness. Okay, I think
Thank you very much.
the session
Thank you.
back to the MC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak May, and
For our
also
plenary speaker
Miguel.
and our
Nice to see
moderator
you.
for today's conference.
Bye.
Here we
Bye-bye.
are at the end of our first session of our conference. There will be certificate wording followed by photo session for every plenary speaker. For Professor Miguel, please bear with us for your certificate wording and photo session. Thank you for Professor Miguel for attending with us. Next, for Professor Damayanti for your certificate wording followed by photo session. Thank you for Professor Damayanti for staying with us. Next, for Professor Mein van Noordwijk for your certificate wording and photo session. And thanks to all our plenary speaker and our moderator.
Our next agenda is the second session of this conference with plenty speakers. The lead of our moderators, Insinyur Wahyu Santoso. For Insinyur Wahyu Santoso, time is yours.
Yeah. Anu. Udah. Udah. Yes. Mulai.
Test. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable the Dean and Vice Dean Faculty of Agriculture, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur. Honorable all participants of this seminar. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wahyu. Today, I become the moderator of this seminar. I'm very happy and to see you in this seminar, and once again enjoying this seminar. In the second plenary session, we have two speakers with different and interesting topic. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, the speaker will be invited to present the material. Its material is delivered within 25 minutes. After that, there will be question and answer session and followed by conclusion. Allow me to read the curriculum vitae to the speaker. Profesor Dr. Insinyur Didi Indradewa, Dip Agr ST, born in Kudus. Home address is Jatimulya Baru, and then history of education undergraduate from in agronomy, Faculty of Agriculture, Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta. Postgraduate diploma tropical crop science, University of Queensland, Australia. And then doctoral program in agriculture science program, Gajah Mada University, Yogyakarta. Work history, chairman of the Senate of Faculty of Agriculture UGM in 2017 and until 2019. Chairman of the Department of Agricultural Cultivation, Faculty of Agriculture UGM, Gajah Mada University in 23 and 20 and 10. Vice Dean 3, Faculty of Agriculture, and of course, Professor of Plant Psychology, Faculty of Agriculture UGM since 2005. And the second speaker, I will read the curriculum vitae of Professor Dr. Nur Azura Adam, current post, Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra, Malaysia. Academic qualification, PhD in entomology, expertise in insect taxonomy and biodiversity pest management. Several activities of Professor Dr. Nur Azura Adam, joined Faculty of Agriculture, UPM in the year of 2006, Head Department of Plant Protection, Deputy Dean of Academic. After that, Dean Faculty of Agriculture, UPM, October 2020 until present. Now is the time for the first speaker to deliver the material, Professor Didi Indradewa. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Wahyu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will discuss about organic farming for sustainable agriculture. I will show the picture. Can you see the picture?
Yes, yes.
Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 has 17 set of goals, but I will only discuss one of them, number 12, about sustainable production. Sustainable agriculture is a management of resources capable of maintaining its productivity over the long run, environmentally sound, economically viable, and also socially acceptable. Sustainable agriculture has emphasized on maintaining agricultural growth rate, which can meet the demand for food without draining the basic resources. To anticipate the increase in population has forced many countries to use chemicals, fertilizers, and insecticides. The prolonged and overusage of chemicals resulted in environmental pollution. Organic farming is one of the methods which has taught us the best alternative to avoid the negative impact of chemical farming. Organic farming means a production system which avoids fertilizer, the use of synthetic fertilizer, pesticides, and growth regulator. Organic farming in Indonesia refers to the Indonesian National Standard 6729 2016 issued by the Indonesian National Standard Agency. To protect the long-term fertility of the soil is done by integrated plant nutrient management by maintaining the level of organic matter. Disease and pest control is done by integrated pest management. Actually, most of the techniques used in organic farming are not aligned to agriculture system. For crop varieties, should not use genetically modified organism varieties, but use varieties resistant to pests. Preferred by consumers so it has high economic value, usually farmers use local varieties. Organic farming area should be grouped in a block, separate from conventional agricultural land, should be free of synthetic chemicals, but if it comes from conventional land, it must be converted at least for growing seasons. This is the organic agricultural land should be separated, say with irrigation canals, or separated by different varieties. Irrigation using water free of synthetic chemicals, colorless, odorless, when mixed with conventional farming should be filtered by filtering pond with charcoal, water hyacinth, plants, and etc. The pond size about 0.1% of the total land area. For integrated nutrient management, to protect the long-term fertility of the soil is done by integrated plant nutrient management by integration of crops and livestock, maintaining the level of organic matter using biofertilizer, develop biodiversity by intercropping and crop rotation. Organic farming begins with paying attention to the soil by adding organic matter to the soil using locally available resources. Organic manure include compost from rural and urban wastes, crop residues, agro-industrial bio-waste, green manure, and also farmyard manure. Application organic manure improve physicochemical properties of soil and crop yield by changing the resource-bearing environment by affecting porosity, aeration, temperature, water holding capacity, increasing availability of major and minor plant nutrients through soil microorganisms. Nutrient concentration in organic manure are usually very low and vary greatly depending on the source, condition, and also duration of the storage. Organic manure decomposes into an available form of N, P, and K to facilitate the plant to absorb the nutrients. Green manuring is practiced by adding undecomposed green plant of legume. Vermicompost is composting the decomposable organic wastes using earthworm. This is the picture of earthworm that can produce a vermicompost. Biofertilizer are microorganisms that have the capability increasing the fertility of soil. For example, Rhizobium is a bacteria fixed atmospheric nitrogen in root nodules of legumes plants. Azula is small floating fern commonly seen in rice fields that fix nitrogen in association with the Anabaena azole. Mycorrhizae is symbiotic association of fungi with roots of vascular plant that help increasing phosphorus uptake. This is the picture of Rhizobium, Azula, and Mycorrhizae. Integrated plant management is modification of crop environment to make it unfavorable for infestation of pests by combination of physical, chemical, biological, and cultural methods, such as use resistant cultivars, biological controls like predators, parasites, and microbial agents to suppress the pest population. Intercropping to minimize the risk of crop failure. Biopesticides of plant origin like alkaloid, phenolic, terpenoid, and some secondary chemicals. Crop productivity under organic farming is comparable to that under conventional farming. From the picture, we can see that the rice yield of conventional farming is only about 3 tons per hectare, but for the organic farming can produce more than 5 tons per hectare rice. Very different. Packaging using biodegradable materials, recyclable materials, or recyclable materials. It must be protected from mixing with conventional product and organic products that are not certified. Storage and transport areas must be cleaned with permitted methods and materials. Net income of organic farming system is higher than conventional farming. Net income per month per hectare for vegetable organic farming about 5.9, and conventional farming only 5.1 million. Income of organic rice 1.5 times greater than conventional rice farming. Now we try to look sustainability of organic farming. The ecological dimension is closely related to the effort in maintaining the farming environment to reduce the occurrence of damage or land degradation. The measured ecological dimension attributes include land preparation, irrigation technique, seed preparation, fertilization, pest and disease management, and post-harvest handling. The sustainability of the economic dimension means that organic farming activities carried out are able to provide economic benefit without neglecting environmental and social aspects. Attributes measured by the economic dimension are product price stability, productivity, price competitiveness, farming profit, and market opportunities. Sustainability and social dimension is measured through attribute, namely relationship with non-organic farmers, diffusion of organic farming system to another farmers, absorption of labor from organic farming, and social conflict that will be occur. Sustainability on the farmer scale, ecological dimension, very sustainable because organic farmers have followed this nation standard of the organic food system. Economic dimension, quite sustainable because the productivity of organic farming and the price of the organic vegetable received by farmers is higher than conventional vegetable. Social dimension, less sustainable. The biggest barrier is the diffusion of spread organic cultivation system to conventional farmers. For sustainability of organic farming on a national scale. The development of organic area has not been massive enough. In Indonesia, is still very limited, only 0.14% of agricultural land. This is the development of organic areas in Indonesia. It is still increase every year, but the area is still very small. Why the sustainability of national organic farming is very low? First, from a technical point of view, organic farming is necessary to maintain complex organizational integrity. Second, need farming administration, which is not usually done by the farmer. Certification is required, which is quite expensive. The market potential is very small, only limited to the upper middle class. There is no market certainty and adequate price incentive. Actually, the government has launched a program called Go Organic 2010. Develop program of 10 organic farming villages until 2019 and additional 1,000 more until 2024. But it is still difficult to apply organic farming widely because Indonesia needs to provide agricultural product for 2,070 million people. Besides that, 19% of rice area are planted with new high-yielding varieties that require relatively high input of chemicals, which is not suitable for organic farming. Let's discuss. Thank you very much, Pak Wahyu.
For the presentation of Professor Didi Indradewa. Okay, next we can go to second speaker, Dr. Nuzura Adam. But give me apologize. In the same time, Dr. Azura cannot attend to this seminar because another activity, and she sent to video for us. Please check it out.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my greatest gratitude to Faculty of Agriculture, UPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Indonesia, for inviting me to be in this very, very excellent conference in order to deliver a title on the sustainable crop protection technology in ensuring food security. My name is Nur Azura Adam. I'm currently the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go further, let us all look at the Global Food Security Index in 2021. Looking at this world map, we can see that the index on the food security, I would say that majority of the country in the world range in moderate performance to good performance. Yeah? And this include Indonesia and also Malaysia, where Malaysia goes under the good performance, and slightly Indonesia is also doing well, being in the moderate performance. If we look further on the analysis, when you talk about security, food security, it covers 4 factors. We're looking at scoring on 4 factors: affordability, availability, quality and safety, and also natural resources and resilience. Here are the ranking. Here's the ranking. You can see here the global ranking from 1st to number 10th. Most of the country comes from the European countries, yeah? Except for here we can see Japan on the 8th, and that's from Asia. Where do Malaysia and Indonesia lies? It's come here. For Malaysia is 39 and Indonesia is 69. So for your information, this index the analysis has been conducted over 113 countries, although meaning that we have around the remaining 60 countries, something like that, which is not being included here. So we can see here from the 4 factors giving the scoring for the index, we are doing for the Asian country like Malaysia, Indonesia, in terms of affordability, we're doing very well, quite well. Availability and also quality and safety, which can be improved more. But in terms of natural resources and resilience, we have scored a low number there. We can see that the world population is increasing from time to time. Yeah. When the world population is increasing, it is estimated in 2100, the world population will hit 11 billion, whereby this year, the number of world population is 7.9 billion. So what can we see from this? It means that more people in the world, more food is needed. Yeah? In doing so, we have to increase the production of food in order to feed the people in the world. The scenarios nowadays, as I mentioned just now, as the world is rapidly growing, yeah, So whereby here today in 2021, the 7.9 billions, yeah. In fact, if we go and look at the worldometer, yeah, you can see that the birth rate is actually more comparing to the death rate. So meaning that it keeps on increasing day by day, yeah, minute by minute, second by second, yeah. To do so, in order to make sure that enough food is supplied to all the population in the world, one of the way is to increase the production, whereby the large-scale monocropping is implemented. Of course, we cannot deny that. Yeah, but the setback is that when we do monocropping, there will be indiscriminate use of synthetic pesticides has risen to a number of serious problems. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, we do have the regulation, you know, but sometimes in order, because the pressure to produce more food, that will also increase the intention of excessive use of pesticide. So the problem now, what will happen, as you all know, that there will be a widespread development of resistance to pesticides of the past, yeah. So and also occurs crop residues, and it will also give effect to the non-target species, yeah. Effects to the environment, and most importantly, a public concern on the potential health risk, especially by the applicators of the pesticide in the agriculture field. Yeah? So these are the scenarios. So what can we do? What can we do in order to overcome, at least to reduce all the serious problem caused by the excessive use of the pesticide? So crop protection is very important. When you talk about crop protection, we know that it is actually the collection of tools, yeah, products, practices, the cultural practices of the farmers that is used to defend their crops against, you know, weeds, pests, and diseases. But there's another way of doing it. We also have environmental friendly crop protection. Yeah? So whereby this environmental friendly crop protection, we hope it can minimally affect to the environment and also the human health. So there are many researches has been conducted, you know, the innovation. Sometimes maybe the technology is not as high technology, but if it works, that is the most important thing. Yeah. So I would, after this, we will go through some of the examples in crop protection technology or techniques that can be implemented along with the use of pesticide. And we hope that by having these other options to be integrated in the management of the weeds, pests, and also the diseases will help to reduce the problems on the excessive use of the pesticide. But let's have a look at one way by having the approach of what we call as ecological engineering approach. It is the building of ecosystem that have value both to humans and also the nature, where we combine basic and applied science for the restoration, the design, construction of a terrestrial ecosystem and also the aquatic ecosystem. So we develop a new sustainable ecosystem that have human and ecological value. One of the way is having beneficial plants planted in the agricultural area. We can see, for example, here in the rice field and also in the oil palm plantation. These are some of the ecological engineering approaches that has been implemented in some of the field in Malaysia, whereby there are few species that has been proven attracting more beneficial insects to the field. Yeah? Here in the oil palm plantation, you can see some tunera, some plants as shrubs, has been planted along the edges of the plantation area. And here in the field of the rice field, at the edge of the rice field. So among the plants that has been proven to encourage more natural enemies to be in the field is such as Anticonolaptopus, or in Malaysia we call it air mata pengantin. And we have Tenera, 2 species, Ulmifolia and also Tenera subulata, and also Cassia cobadensis. So what are the benefits of having these beneficial plants? As I mentioned, encourage the natural enemies. We can have the predators. For example, the studies has been conducted by my students and my PhD students, the use of all the beneficial plants that has been mentioned in the previous slide to promote, to encourage more predators such as Cosmolestes picticeps, the Coleopterans calimeros aquifer, and also Cycanus dichotomus. And all these, so by promoting these natural enemies, it can actually help to regulate the population of the pests. This is a predator. Examples, another of natural enemies is the parasitoid. The parasitoids is also such as here, the picture here you can see on the left is the parasitoid from the family Braconids that helps to regulate the population of a leaf folder. So, and also other types of Braconids and also Ecumenids, calces that also helps in order to regulate a certain caterpillars, moth in the vegetable field and also other types of crops. Yeah? So by having these plants, so we can promote what happened with the regulation of the pest population. It can regulate to decrease the number of pests in the field. This will help also to reduce the use of pesticides whenever we know that the pest population has decreased. So integration of these beneficial plants, at the same time also it will encourage the parasitoid and also the natural enemies to the field. Yeah. There's another approach. Technology is more advanced by having new variety, and there's a breeding program through marker-assisted selection. As worldwide has been conducted, and one of the success story is in UPM, where we have successfully come up with one variety. We call it as Padi Putra. It is a variety that is resistant to bacteria leaf blight disease. So the technique by this innovation increase the yield at the same time. It can increase the yield 12 tons per hectare, whereby the normal rate is around 5 to 7 tons. It increased around 20 to 30% from the normal production. So the most important thing is that by having this variety, it can help to lessen the application of fungicide in the field, in the rice field. So this can be considered environmental friendly, yeah, and it's starting now to be used in Malaysian rice field area. Another way of looking at it is also to have a technology in smart agriculture. I think this is the thing now, yeah, the in thing, the trend now, yeah, where smart agriculture is used, is applied, implemented in terms of management of pests, weeds, and also diseases, and also at the same time also the use of smart agriculture in the irrigation systems. Yeah. When you talk about smart agriculture, it represents the application of modern information and communication technologies in agriculture, where this application of ICT, such as precision equipment, Internet of Things, sensors, GPS, big data, UAV, drones, robotics are applied in the field of agriculture. Having this smart agriculture, all these tools, all these equipments, it can deliver a more productive and sustainable agriculture production based on a more precise and resource efficient approach. These are some of examples of smart agriculture researches that has been conducted and still ongoing in Faculty of Agriculture. The first one is the use of drones for agricultural inputs such as pesticide, fertilizers, and also seeds. From this, it can see that it shows that it offers at least 4 times higher field capability than the regular tractor or manual operation. And the best thing is that we can reduce the exposure time of the operator to the chemical and also reduce the environmental effects. Another example is the mobile application for paddy management. This mobile has been designed in terms of weed management, where the application, the apps can actually precisely identify the weeds using the object-based image analysis. And from there, from the applications, the farmers will have the information on how to control, when to control, what kind of weeds, and these can easily help the farmers to make a decision quite fast comparing to the just normal monitoring system. Another one is on the mitigating drought effects of rice cultivation. So, water management, from this research, and water management includes precise irrigation water, where alternate wetting and drying and irrigation water deficit can be done in the rice cultivation. And we also have another one, the precision irrigation for durian cultivation. This is a quite new one. So you know that durian is one of the important fruits and also has become one of the commodity, at least in Asia, is very, very demanding now. So the use of precision irrigation, or the precise amount of irrigation water based on the durian crop water requirement are applied. Having this very precise amount, we can actually reduce the waste of time and also the waste of inputs to non-targeted area. And another one, a quite large research has been conducted with the industry is on the precision agriculture system for oil palm management. From this one, the research encompasses nutrient, pest and disease management developed using various ground aerial satellite platforms, machine learning algorithms, where the nutrient content such as NPK, magnesium, calcium could be estimated from these sensors with various accuracy ranging 70 to 100% accuracies in the oil palm plantation. So the most important thing is that the bagworm population in the oil palm can be estimated, whereby there's for the pest, they also managed to identify the infected palms with that has been infected by Ganoderma boninense that can be 100% accuracy in terms of identification. Another way of having an eco-friendly or environmental friendly approach on crop protection is the use of biopesticide products. So when you talk about biopesticides, we know that it derived from natural materials such as animals, plants, bacteria, and certain minerals, and also on other microbes, not only on bacteria. So these are examples of biopesticide that has been formulated. For example, in UPM, we produce what we call a Saputra nano emulsion. It's a nano by having this formulation through the nanotechnology. It is an apple snail antefidin. It is formulated using the plant extract. The water-based invention helped to reduce the problem of molluscicide, especially the golden apple snail. And it has been currently tested positive, and it has been licensed, and has been used in quite a few numbers of countries in Malaysia and also outside Malaysia. And another one is a product, we call it as Ecotara, also another product of Koti, which are used to control the bagworms, especially the bagworms, in the oil palm plantation especially. So Ecosaria is formulated as wettable powder. It is a type of a fungicide, which gives a good dispersion and also suspension, and to give a homogeneous mixture in the spray solution. Well, in terms of viability, the conidia is viable. The viability of the conidia to maintain in the environment is prolonged. That can be used, can be stable in the environment. And there are other products in Malaysia, has been accumulated. We call it as eco bag. Yeah, has been produced by Malaysian Palm Oil Board. It's a base of BT, Bacillus thuringiensis, where it controls also at the same time the bagworm in oil palm plantation. It's very specific, fewer problem hitting the non-target insects. And other microbes, fungus, fungicide that is used to control the rhinoceros beetles in the palm plantation. And fungus can penetrate insects critical, and they need, although they need high humidity to germinate, there's a new technology that can produce this fungicide that can germinate in semi-arid environment. Another way of crop protection technique is what we call as mating destruction techniques. So mating destruction technique is a technique that used to confuse, I would say the word, to confuse the male in finding mates. When the male cannot find the mate, so you know that there will no mating will take place. This will have a reduce the number of eggs and less number of larvae, and of course, eventually it will reduce the pest population. And normally it is used to control moth and flies in the agricultural field. So what happens is that the use of the pheromones, sex pheromones, and normally they use the female sex pheromones to attract the male. But from the name itself, the mating disruption, meaning that the pheromone is applied to the field when the population of the pest is in low and moderate. It will not give a good effect if, let's say, the population is high. So it has to be used during the low and also moderate population pests in the field. So the synthetic pheromone in the air may camouflage the filamentous structure of the concentration of other molecules in the female natural pheromones. So the camouflage renders the natural pheromone plume indistinguishable from the background of synthetic pheromone. High concentration of pheromone may cause sensory adaptation or habituation, and the male may stop, clean his antenna and sit quietly for a while. So it will also alter the behavior. So because they are already adapted, so many high concentration of chemicals in terms of that and synthetic pheromones, so they are used to it. The male sensory cells may become adapted while the other continue to function. Thus, the males may not be able to accurately perceive the natural pheromone which has been blend released by the female. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is some of the technology and also of techniques or methods that can be implemented in order to reduce or maybe to manage the pests and also diseases in the agriculture field. So looking at this point, meaning that we have alternative or also maybe integrating more environmental friendly methods or technologies in our agro ecosystems. I would like to read one key Indian prophecy that I think is very relevant to us, especially in the agricultural area. We have to bear this in mind. The points to ponder for everyone. Only after the last tree has been cut down, only after the last river has been poisoned, only after the last fish has been caught, only then we will find that money cannot be eaten. Thank you very much, everyone. Once again, I would like to thank once again to UPN veteran for inviting me to be able to be here in this conference. Thank you very much, everyone. Assalamualaikum, and a very pleasant day, everyone.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your watching video. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. We have 20 minutes. Well, I've already had 4 questions from the chat. The first coming from Mr. Saifur Rahman, especially for Professor Didi. Is it possible for a sustainable agricultural practice to fully suffice to the food demand? Let's say we fully convert it into organic farming and no synthetic chemical input at all. Would you like please to answer it?
Thank you. Actually, if we practice organic farming, we can increase the production. And also, it's make a better profit for the farmer. But the problem is the price is quite higher for the consumer. So not all consumer can buy the product of organic farming. This is the problem. So actually, if the organic farming is not so difficult to practice and also not so higher the price, we can self-sufficient under organic farming. Actually like that. But it's difficult to make all farmers to practice the organic farming because it's quite difficult. They should use the organic fertilizer. They use organic chemicals for everything they do in the farm. So it's quite difficult for farmers to practice the organic farming. They also make notes when they practice the fertilizer and something it is not familiar for him, for the farmer. So if we can reduce the price, the certification, and something else, we can reduce the price of the organic agriculture, organic farming. Actually, we can produce more food for people, but the price is the problem. Maybe something like that. Thank you.
Professor Didi. And the second question from Mr. Arifin. Okay. Organic farming in Indonesia has long been carried out. On the reality, the input in field cultivation is difficult. The farmer not to use chemical at all. What do you think about the reality of the organic farmer? The result of organic product are very expensive, sometimes not affordable by the lower people. This can cause the selling power of organic product cannot be maximized. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, we can increase our production by organic farming. But the price is very high, quite high for common people, so they not have what is it? They can't buy the product of organic farming. So the organic the organic product is not common for our people.
Thank you, Professor Didi. And again, we going to the third question from Ms. Rosida Priyadarsini. How to integrate the organic farming concept within the whole concept of the SDGs? According to you, is it enough to implement the organic farming to achieve the SDGs, especially no hunger, no poverty, or maybe we have to implement the entire concept of the sustainable agriculture, not only the organic farming concept? Thank you.
Yeah, I think we better not practice every for every farmers to practice organic farming, because organic farming is a bit difficult than conventional farming. The productivity is high, so we can reduce the hunger. But for consumer, it is very a bit expensive, so they can buy the product of organic farming. So zero hunger is quite difficult to achieve, but the production high actually. For environmental, say, combat climate change, it's very appropriate with organic farming, because everything that done in organic farming is for combat climate change. So for the combat climate change, we can use the organic farming. For the increased production, we can use the organic farming, but zero hunger is very difficult, because not all people can buy the product of organic farming. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Didi, Professor Didi. Another question with I think it's quite attraction question from Carolina, one of the participants of this seminar. When certification become one of main obstacle for farmer to implement organic farming, will easing the requirement ensure the spread of idea? What about the question of lower productivity and more expensive input?
Yeah, at first, to sell the organic product should be certified. But the certification is quite expensive, maybe about 25 million for its certification. So it's difficult for farmers to get the certification without the help of the government. Should be government help the farmer to get the certification. And for the low production, I think it is not like that, because we can prove if we make organic farming properly, we can increase the production higher than conventional farming. The production is higher, and also the profit for the farmer is higher, but the price is higher for the consumer, so consumer cannot buy the product of organic farming. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Didi. Okay, once again, the question from Nurul Fauzi. Prof said that we should not use GMO. How we cannot use or consume GMO product? We know that the market, especially supply from agricultural input industry and demand from farmer and consumer of agriculture now is running out GMO product, soybean, corn, sugarcane, that we have new variant of GMO sugarcane and it released by our ministry. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Organic farming should not use GMO because the people working on organic farming is very afraid with the effect of green revolution in the past. When we don't know actually when we use the chemical fertilizer, chemicals, pesticide, we don't know that has a side effect is very, very dangerous for us. So because the bad experience when we apply the chemicals, then the organic people said that no GMO, should not no GMO, should not use the GMO. Although we actually now still consume the GMO product from America, say for soybean and something else is actually that is the GMO product. We already consume. We hope that not happen something to us, our health and our environmental is not damaged by the GMO. We hope like that, but people working in organic farming is very, very afraid with the effect of chemicals in the past. So better not use GMO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. The last question is from me, Prof. Didi. What you like, please to describe for us how the different variable costs between organic farming versus conventional farming. Many spend for what, both of them. Thank you.
If we use input from ourselves, say we use the green manure, farmyard manure, then everything comes from our self, actually is not so higher the cost. But organic farming not allow we to buy something from outside farming, our farming. By that, we can reduce the cost, but if organic farming using input from outside the farming system inside, it's very expensive. Say for the organic farm manure, 1 kilo maybe 1,000. We use 5 tons. How much it can be? Should be by the farmer. But if we can use everything come from our farm, it's very, very low the cost. Something like this. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. I think it's enough for the plenary session, second plenary session. Once again, I want to say thank you for the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the seminar. But before I close the seminar, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker has presented. From Professor Didi Indradewa, it is so difficult to apply organic farming, but we must do it. Even become a hub creating sustainability agriculture. And from Professor Azura, indiscriminate use of synthetic pesticide has given rise to a number of serious problems. We could be resolved together. Okay. Finally, give the applause of the speakers. And applause for us. Thank you for your attendance this seminar. Keep healthy for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for our plenary speaker and our moderator for today's. Here we are at the end of the second session of our conference. So we continue to the certificate awarding, followed by photo session. For Professor Didik Indradewa, please bear with us for certificate awarding.
Thank you very much. Matur nuwun.
Thank you so much, Professor Didik Indradewa. So we continue to the photo session with every participant in the Zoom meeting room. I will give you the cue about the documentation, so please wait. Is the operator ready? Two, one. Thank you. And that was the end of our second conference. Before we continue to the next session of parallel session, I'd like to inform to you that there will be an announcement about the best presenter in the parallel session at the end of this conference. So please bear with us until the end of this conference, and please join the parallel session after the lunch break. I'm Ahmad Zamil Saadi Abu Hanif.
And I'm Anita Aryani.
See you in the parallel session.
Pertemuan Prof. Didik. Siap nih, Prof.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas unggul berkarakter bela negara.
Konsumsi makan siang di ruang ruangan ini. Kalau bisa jadi mengkonsumsi makan siangnya di ruangan lain. Gitu ya, Pak.
Saya Dekan Fakultas Pertanian IPN Veteran Jawa Timur, Nora Agustin Kusmaningrum. Di Fakultas Pertanian ini terdapat laboratorium, ada sumber daya lahan, kemudian ada hama penyakit, kemudian ada produksi, ada tentang komunikasi pertanian, kemudian tentang pemasaran, dan lab-lab kami ada bioteknologi, ada biomol. Nah, itu lab-lab kami yang mendukung di dalam proses penyelesaian studi bagi mahasiswa kami.
UPN Veteran Jawa Timur terus berkiprah untuk Indonesia maju menjadi universitas